Hello and welcome to Week 5, Day 1 of the Oceanic Pro League. As you can see, OPL Legend match is tonight. That was the title belt. Hello everyone, I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi. Joining me on the desk is Sing Coach Benzel, as well as the LPL's Indiana Frosker and Black. How you guys going?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
Frosk, how you going down the end of the desk?
I'm excellent.
That's good. Bensel, it's on everyone's mind. We brought you back on the desk, We had a chat the first time you were around. You said lots of roster changes into Sin, not time for panic. It's week 5, mate. Halfway through the season. Is it time to panic yet?
Panic's a very strong word. I wouldn't go that far just yet. But I think we just have to look at the future, look at what's working, and try and replicate it in future games.
And what is it that's working? Because, we were pretty critical of, I guess, Sin's play style. You went back to the 1-3-1 style. Rai did carry you through to a win. Is this something that's sustainable? Do you want to be more than, I guess, that 1-3-1 macro-heavy team that we continue to go back to for Sin?
We've certainly tried. As you can see, pretty much everything else isn't working right now. But, we're trying to adapt as much as possible.
Well, best of luck to you guys as well. Of course, good friends of the show have Juves and Rai over there, so hopefully they can get it back together. As we have a look at this week's schedule, you can see tonight we are kicking it off with the OPL Legend match. Hellions are going to take to the Rift against Chiefs Esports before Direwolves play off against Avantgarde tomorrow night, kicking off at 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Tainted Mind will go up against the Slumping Legacy before Sin Gaming take to the Rift against Abyss Esports. We'll see how that affects all of the ladder at the moment as we actually take a look at the predictions, because the casters off screen have been trying to get some predictions together. And Frosk, you're still atop of the table. We'll get to that in a second. I want to know what the heck is happening with Rusty. This guy casts every single game, is the Oceanic expert. How the heck is he coming last still?
The same problem that I had in kind of my 2 losses is that we trusted Sin.
Well, have you got a rebuttal to that? Like, they've been going on about it all week. They're finally off the bandwagon, I think, this week, it's fair to say. Are you going to make them pay for, abandoning the one true team?
It seems that the only time we win is when everyone bets against us,
So you're actually happy with this? Oh, that's good. All right, guys, let's jump into the OPL Legend match of the week. It is going to be Hellions taking on the Chiefs. On the blue side of Summoner's Rift, it is the Chiefs Esports Club. Swiper in the top lane, Spooks their jungler, Swiffer in the mid lane, Radier their AD carry, and Ejim their support. And of course, they are going up against another winless team. It is going to be Hellions Esports. Ryu in the top lane, Impaired their jungler, Bomb their mid laner, Frey and Luna are their AD carry and support. And I want to kick this one off with talking about the Chiefs, because I'm going to say it, they're undefeated, but this is a slump that we haven't seen since Swiffer got back. They're playing some pretty sloppy League of Legends right now, guys.
And I think it's also kind of where they're prioritizing their power points right now. So the Chiefs, when you think about them, most people think of their all-star AD carry, Radier, him being able to step up to be that big carry. And the meta right now just doesn't really suit it as much as it has in the past. And Swiffer is actually their big performing member. So I think if the Chiefs actually just go all in on Swiffer instead of pulling their attention onto Radier, that they'll actually perform a lot better than they have been.
All right, cool. So with that in mind, I have a question for you. Is he the best mid laner in the OPL right now? Because stats would say that he's getting quite close, because that's against Avantgarde. Triple, who is another mid laner we're going to get to see go toe-to-toe tonight against Fantix. But Swiffer's playing quite good League of Legends. What's your thoughts on this right now, Bensel?
I wouldn't just say he's the best mid laner. I'd say he's probably the best player right now in the league.
And what makes him the best player? Because, I've been trying to sell this stock for quite some time. People were sticking around with Radier. What is it about Swiffer?
He's got that really good quality of being able, if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. I think that's just so rare in players in this region. And
it certainly suits the meta right now, Frosk. I know that you're a big fan of control mid laners, and he doesn't really have any champion pool issues, can play everything.
Yeah, it's his flexibility, it's his responsive time on the map. He's just the all-in-one package, a very cerebral player. When you watch Swiffer, you can tell that he's thinking, you can tell that he's planning out his next move, and then his mechanics match.
And I guess it also is very handy having a player that he's played with for 3-4 years in his back pocket. In Spooks, we'll be going up against Impaired tonight, another jungler that we look to. Is there anything Elliot or Impaired can do to kind of upset the Chiefs? Is it about ganking out Swiffer? Is it about shutting down their bottom lane that's been a little bit over-aggressive at times?
Well, Elliot's certainly a player who can go off. I think when you see Hellions do well, it's really when Impaired just gets one of his carry junglers and takes over the game.
No, I agree. I think Hellions' win condition is an empowering Impaired, but that does mean that their side lanes have to be more consistent than they have been in the past, particularly their top lane. I feel like Ryu, he's very hit or miss, and 6.11 actually should be a patch for him, so I'd like to see him go back to his carry style.
All right, and what is it about Ryu? Because this is a player that, week in, week out, we check in on how he's going, and he just seems to be kind of flatlining at the moment. He's not doing anything really poor. He's not doing anything amazing, but that's not enough out of someone that was an all-star top laner last year.
That's going all the way back to last year.
Yeah.
I would say he looks fairly similar to last split, really.
Okay, so it's just that he's just petered out, hasn't really been able to get it done. If it is going to be a part of the map then that you would expect Hellions to be able to exploit, it's not the top lane, obviously. Where are you looking?
I think rather than look at their strengths, their best opportunity is to look at Chiefs' weaknesses, and their bot lane has been looking a bit sketchy right now. And if Impaired can get snowballing, it's really going to be around that bot lane, I think.
All right, cool. So looking maybe to target out Radiant, do you think that Frey has it in him for us to be able to get that done?
I'm not going to say no, just because I think that Frey and Radier are just kind of, right now, playing almost a janitorial role, especially in like their team dynamics. It's just, the Chiefs have already shown that they have so many different options that if their bot lane does fall, as they did against Tainted Minds, that they can just look for a lane swap and beat you another way. So I do agree that, look for the Chiefs' weaknesses, but comparatively to the rest of the OPL, they're just so far above and beyond everyone else. It's like, what weaknesses at this point? Can they even execute on it?
Cool. So it seems like we're probably going towards Chiefs victories. Frost, coming to you first, is it a 2-0? Is it a 2-1? What do you think?
I think it's a 2-0. My issue right now with the Hellions is that they just really don't understand their own win conditions, and they don't set themselves up for success, which I think goes back to supporting Impaired in that jungle.
And Pencil?
Yeah, I'll go a clean 2-0. Don't think it'll take an hour.
All right, there you go. We're going to be having sub 30-minute games. Of course, guys, both teams are fighting their way back towards the OPL Grand Final. It is August 13 in Queensland, Brisbane. Remember to get along that. Purchase your tickets. They're on sale right now. And if you can't make it over to Queensland, we do have you covered. Our good friends over at Hoyts have set up some cinemas in your local city. So grab your mates, head down over to your local Hoyts and get along to the OPL Grand Final. However, you've heard enough from us. Rogie and Rusty are waiting alongside to take us into Game 1.
Thanks so much, Spawn. And the desk says that Swift are potentially the best player in the OPL. Not only that, they say also sub 30-minute games. Hellions, they've got quite a fight ahead of them, Rusty.
Well, it's safe to say that a team without a win against the undefeated team are going to be coming into this as the heavy underdogs at best. So it's always going to be a struggle. But Hellions are a side that could show up to play. We just don't know which iteration of them will, because inconsistency mars this team. They really just haven't shown up this split yet.
Frostgurn did point out that there might be a little bit of potential to get some action going in that bot lane for the Hellions. Radier and the Sport haven't been performing, EGM haven't been performing to their potential as of late.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the bottom lane of the Chiefs, though the meta now kind of urges them to go towards a facilitative role, the Chiefs as a team still have this tendency to default to getting Raider and EGM going, and that could ultimately be the Chiefs' undoing if they don't learn how to adapt to this and actually fix the meta shift in their favor.
We know the likes of Swift doesn't really need too much help to get the ball rolling, but as we do get into the pick and man, we see Victor going to be taken straight away, followed up by the Azir.
Yeah, so 2 mid lane bans happening thus far. Of course, the Victor ban by Swiffer. It's one of Bomb's better champions that he has consistently played. It's not a surprise to see them looking to focus Bomb either, as he is a very lane-centric mid laner.
So we've taken away some of the opposition's favorable champions. Now it's time to get rid of the ones you just don't want to play against, and nothing says that more than Swain and Ryze.
Yeah, remembering that with this last ban of the Chiefs, all of the junglers are still up and Vladimir. So with Hellions at the last ban, you would imagine they'll look towards the Bloodlord.
Sure. Makes a lot of sense. Trundle being the last ban from Chiefs here. So Aurelia actually coming out of Hellions. So Vlad's still open for this first rotation.
And they give it over willingly.
Insta-lock. That's straight in. No question asked there. Chiefs say, you give us Vlad, we'll take the Vlad.
Yeah, so red side, Hellions usually would be banning strong champions. Ryze makes sense there. Aurelia less so.
Sure.
But it's away from Swiper. And of course, Aurelia is still a great champion. We're on 6.11. Does a lot of work and needs to be addressed. I feel like giving over Vladimir, though, is still a mistake.
Definitely right here, but Hellions, they answer with 2 picks of their own. Of course, Ezreal and Rek'Sai, since we've seen Kindred being toned down a little bit, Rek'Sai has kind of risen up as the go-to jungler, and Ezreal, of course, kind of similar story here with Lucian receiving a few hits of the nerf that has risen to prominence.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ezreal is strong and Rek'Sai definitely S tier. Doesn't mean that Kindred and Nidalee can't be picked, however.
That's right.
And Spooks could very easily look towards these champions. Team composition dependent. I don't think they need to straight up lock that one in yet unless they need to. They don't want to reveal what their actual strategy revolves around.
We see Chiefs, they do lock in that Kindred, so no Nidalee tonight. And also the Ashe onto Radier, so going to be that control-ish style AD carry, not so much as the hyper carry we're used to seeing.
And something that Raider has played a fair bit of is the Ashe. Definitely even last split we saw a couple of games of that. Able to initiate and I believe beat Legacy with it. So
there you go.
Always going to be a strong option to look at. Hellions have locked in one of their 2.
Let's see if Luna's shields are on point with that Braum to avoid any of those enchanted crystal arrows that come barreling down the lane.
Yeah, Braum always going to be a good option. Not going to be defensive, however, in that support role. Can block skill shots at the very least. Always going to leave your AD carry potentially open to danger. I think the mid laner is the more important thing.
Sure.
What they actually go towards. That's usually a champion that needs a cleanse or is safe enough to perhaps dodge it.
5 seconds left on the clock. Hellion just deciding they are going to stick with the Freljord theme here and lock in that Anivia.
Yeah, very icy battlefield at the moment being assembled. The Anivia pick is not often seen. You have to remember that Anivia did get some touch-ups in 6.11 to make her life a lot better as a mid-lane utility tool. Anivia is always going to be game-changing as it progresses later and later with the wall in particular.
That's exactly right here. So it'd be interesting to see if they choose to send this Vladimir up against it or chuck it in the top lane. Very versatile champion is the Bloodlord himself, but now Chiefs are met with an interesting decision here of what they want to go with for their last 2 picks.
Yeah, so yet to lock in their support. Could very easily be something like the Bard. However, Braum does block the stun if the shield is available, so they may look for something defensive.
We've been seeing a lot of Karma out of supports recently who prefer those AP-esque styles, and it will be that same for Ejim, and looks like Swiper will be getting himself the Maokai in the top lane.
Yeah, one of the cool things about this lane that the Chiefs have actually compiled for themselves in bottom is simply that Ashe can initiate and Karma can peel back, can peel forward. It enables your team to do multiple purposes. And because your support isn't the engaged tool, Ashe compensates for that effectively. Same thing with Vladimir. Yeah. Maokai's got the complementary CC to actually round things out nicely with teleport.
Look, a Vlad with Ghost and the Karma speed boost is going to be nigh unstoppable. Very difficult for the members of Hellion to kind of disperse once that Bloodlord gets amongst them.
That's right. With Ryu yet to pick on this side, don't let the Leona actually fool you. Braum's already there. We have to see what Ryu wants to play. Knowing who he's against now could make life a lot easier if he wants to default to something like the Echo, perhaps.
Could see a Fizz here. He's played it in the past.
No, definitely possible.
A couple seconds left on the clock, and it looks like it will be the top lane Fizz coming through here for Rai.
Now, so Ryu locks in the Fizz. Hellions have got a very slow, heavy team, to say the least. A bit of assassination threat. They do still have a front line, thankfully, as Rek'Sai being picked in the jungle role enables your solo lanes to be more carry-focused, and Fizz is entirely capable of taking people out. Remember that Trinity Force also, is that 6.12? It's 6.11. Yeah, has been changed, so Fizz liking that at the moment.
Definitely. Interesting to see if he picks up Ignite here during the final countdown as Vlad won. Oh, they got 2 Ignites already, taking that one onto Luna and Bomb. So they should have more than enough tools to deal with that healing that Vlad just dishes out.
You'd think so. 2 Ignites to be able to cater to that.
So, yeah.
See how that
maybe even
the
Morellonomicon on the Anivia as well, just to be safe.
As a champion that builds Rod of Ages, I sympathize with him. Just having to go towards that would be foolish. So I agree with the Ignite actually as a pickup.
Sure.
Does mean he's missing a teleport, however.
That's a great point. A lot of Anivias do like to be a little bit more mobile around the map, potentially walling people off and really making their life a living hell.
So yeah, he's not going to be able to rotate as effectively, but thankfully Vladimir doesn't either as he runs the Ghost.
He's got that Ghost, like you mentioned. He's going to be zipping up and down the lanes, but both teams have locked in their lineups. Rusty, do you think that Hellions can actually do this now? Just judging off the lineups.
Judging off the champion select, I actually do quite like what the Hellions have put together.
Sure.
Their engage is almost lacking. It's very dependent on Ryu getting a good flank on that Fizz.
Yeah, well, remember guys, get onto Twitter, hashtag CHFwin or hashtag HLNwin to show your support for these teams and give the Hellions a bit of love that they need.
They absolutely need a bit of love. Struggling at the moment, 0-3.
Sure.
If they lose this series, they'll actually be tied at the bottom of the table, I believe, with Sin. So definitely need to start getting it together soon.
Well, hopefully they give us an entertaining performance nonetheless. They've got a few good champions to make that happen. Looking forward to the Shark coming out of Rai on top of the Anivia stun with Ezreal in the backline, just hitting everyone and Braum with a massive knock-up. So could be good.
Yeah, they're quite good at coupling their crowd control together the more you think about it, right? Having that Anivia to wall people off means that the fish, firstly, from Fizz is easier to hit.
Sure. Because
they either have to burn a summoner to get over the wall, or they walk in a predictable way, as is the Anivia stun, as is the Braum Q, as is even the Ezreal's Q for a slow. So if they get one piece of crowd control on, you would look at Hellions and say the rest of them could follow very naturally and seamlessly to boot. However, catching the Chiefs is not the easiest of jobs, as Ejim's making a bit of money.
Yeah, these guys just trading off, but remember, Ejim, he does have that mastery point allowing him to get that little bit extra gold, of course, on top of the item. But taking a look at Swiffer's Keystone Mastery, he really wants to move fast this game. He's Got that Storm Raider surge on top of Ghost, on top of Karma. It's going to be like a Hecarim.
All about that speed.
Yeah,
the best part is the rest of the team enables him to not die as effectively as well. You can work around the Lamb's Respite from Spooks in particular.
Sure.
Ejim, of course, with those shields that not only speed up, they give you a shield. Swiper with the magic damage reduction and AoE if he's standing near him also. And just having that frontline threat. I feel like Swiffer is surprisingly safe and protected for what is a frontline mage.
A lot of utilities here, but I like the positioning by the Chiefs down in that bot lane. They're not going to be doing their camp, but waiting, setting a trap to go for that early damage.
Yeah, so this is
Cheeky.
actually a trap. Usually you'll see the AD carry position aggressively or the support maybe to look in and engage. What they've done is they've bowed their time.
This feels like Season 1 strats back in the
They
day.
don't have a whole lot of kill threat. They have a lot
Sure.
of damage though.
Oh, there we go with a nice volley. Forces a flash already out of Frey, and really nothing from this Hellions lane to retaliate with.
Yeah, Chiefs sacrifice the first 3 CS so they get the experience. Then I need to reliably zone away because actually, realistically, if Frey gets to level 2, it should be okay.
Frey, despite the big health disparity, wants to go in and trade here, but does have that grasp of the Undying. So keep himself healed up. He also running the Corrupting Potion, so shouldn't be too much for him to handle.
So no Ignite to be seen from Ryu, as you alluded towards earlier. Going to have a bit less pressure in the 1v1. Fizz has always done decently into Maokai though. You just need to out-damage what the sustain would be. We'll see how Ryu plays that out, because considering he just lost the level 1 trade, doesn't exactly bode well.
It's going to be a difficult time nonetheless, as we see Spooks now with a more reliable Marks of the Kindred spawning, able to accurately predict where that's going to go. Gets himself a very easy and early one. As you see Impaired just going to be sneaking in here. He also gets eyes on where the Mark will be spawning, so assumed that that's where Spooks will be heading, but sticking around after chucking down a ward on this red buff.
Yeah, so he knows that the mark is cleared as of this moment.
Sure.
But he has that ward that lasts a minute. I actually like what Impaired's immediate reaction is right now. He knows that the pressure is on in the bottom lane, but the stack of minions
There's so many
is
there. And
way
look
too
at
large.
the damage onto Frey. He's really feeling the pressure here, and Impaired, he's forced to recall off that. Maybe not just yet.
No, Impaired doesn't really want to recall, but the Chiefs will dive him if they look for him at all. And actually, Impaired's just losing his jungle by staying now.
No,
He had an opportunity,
Yeah.
but he just outright wasted that opportunity.
He's still there. They could be going for the 2v1 here. Radiant might actually be left out to dry here as a knock-up comes through. One more auto attack should do it, and that's first blood going to Impaired for the Hellions.
Yeah, so the patience pays off because they just assumed he wasn't near the area. Hawkshot used, blue buff attempted to be stolen. And whilst I believe they got that buff, they still get a kill in the back pocket of Impaired, so he comes out ahead.
Radiant loses his life for a blue. I'm sure Spooks is feeling good about that one. Not sure of Radiant though, but he is on Ashe, so once he has level 6, he'll still be useful throughout the game.
Absolutely.
Another stack for Spooks.
2 early stacks. You have to commend him on those efforts.
Bomb might be in trouble as here comes a Kindred Flash. Gets down the slow. A few more auto attacks should do it. There is Bomb in the Eggnibia. No hope for that one. And the first kill. The Chiefs go over the Spooks.
The poor bloke, he
Yep.
had no way to get out. Ghost and Flash are the summoner spells of choice. And the
Use them
Ghost
both.
doesn't do a lot when you're against a Vladimir pool.
Not when you're an air guy up.
Yeah, nor does it do anything against damage. So I will say, not to mention, he is against an Ashe. You have to question his summoner spell choice here.
The great point. One Ashe ulti and the cleanse could make all the difference, but
Or the barrier for a Vladimir burst as well. It's timely with the Hemoplague.
we'll just have to wait and see if this Ghost pays dividends. That movement speed is very useful. We've been seeing it rise in popularity since. Getting slightly buffed here, but in the bot lane, both the supports just throwing out their Qs off cooldown, trying to get that little bit of extra damage in.
And you know what's funny is even though the first blood went to Impaired, he's the only one that has a benefit from that pretty much entirely. The CS was closed between Frey and Raider.
Frey hasn't backed yet, so he's only sitting on his door as well. Raider's got himself a nice bag of potions and some boots to follow that one.
Yeah, so he came back to lane perfectly fine. And they're now still actually winning this lane. Force them to recall and hard push would mean they're going to lose a lot more farm in on top of that. And because Spook's got a successful gank off, he's actually still keeping up with Impaired. So the net gain of the Hellions was effectively 0.
You see Swiffer on his way to the Spirit Residual. Of course, Bomb has to stack up that tier. And if you're very, very mana dependent, Needs to make sure that mana pool is large to keep the Glacial Storm running at all times.
Definitely mana dependent, but opting towards that tier early means that he just can't win lane at all.
Yeah, no combat stats at all, just mana. Even the mana regen has been lessened.
But even a Catalyst, you'd say, it's a flat mana pool.
That's a great point.
Doesn't outright help it though. Impaired to watching.
Swiper does get spotted out by Impaired, but is level 6 to the level 5 Rek'Sai, so
He wants the mark.
he's going to get denied away here.
Spooks is casually
just
walking
blatantly
through.
running through mid lane saying, I'm coming to that mark, Impaired. Get out.
Yeah.
Looks like he shouldn't be going for it just yet, making his way up top. Swiper just defending his own pink ward. Pink wards do now regenerate health, so should no one else go for that. Swiper feeling good about that.
Yeah, absolutely, but they know the pink is there, so gank pathing would be very obvious here from Impaired if he chooses to do so.
Sure.
That's against it.
Swift actually getting blocked in the pool. Is he all right? Going to try and walk his way out of that one, but very interesting interaction to say the least, Rusty.
What a disaster. He tried to like pull and walk through the wall.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure, honestly.
Well, you can't go under walls as Vladimir's pool, so I guess the same rule applies to Anivia.
But should. He still found his way through it.
That was quite funny indeed.
That was interesting. But nonetheless, he's alive. Nothing had to be used.
Despite Bomb giving up an early death, is still staying competitive with the CS. Also, his tier pickup hasn't really cost him too much just yet, as we haven't seen Spooks come round for the return gank. Ghost is back available for Bomb, so Swift is doing a great job of avoiding any of that follow-up damage. The stun does hit, but Bomb with not too much damage to answer back.
Yeah, remembering that the tier, whilst he's not out of this lane, means his damage is still less.
No real kill pressure.
Vladimir has plenty of sustain to compensate for the poke that's coming out of an Anivia. But yes, you are right, he is not doing too poorly. Though, Bomb is very much a laning player. He doesn't usually leave the laning phase. Swiffer has tendencies greater than that of Bomb. And
Sure.
likes to roam a fair bit. Highest kill participation in his team, Swiffer,
Very impressive to say that.
by about 25%. He is involved in 3/4 of the kills.
Really showing why everyone has been banding together and saying Swiffer for #1. Picking himself up some Merc treads after getting the blue buff off Spooks, but does Vlad really need a blue buff? The AP is nice, but I'm sure the Kindred would like to hop around a little bit extra.
AP and cooldown reduction, it's just one of those Swiffer things, you know?
Fair call.
The real battle isn't who gets the small part of the blue
Yeah.
buff, the 20 gold little sentries.
2 pink wards actually spotting out Impaired here. Might be able to clear this one away. Ejim coming over to provide some harass. Luna poised aggressively, still in
Didn't
level
check
5
the
on the
other
Storm
bush.
though.
Always check the other bush.
Wandering past that pink ward, so both Radiant and Ejim going to be feeling good about having that extra line of defense. And since Impaired didn't check it, he might try that same gank path again.
He may, yeah, and that could be the concern, giving Spooks the knowledge that he's even in the area. It's already going to be a problem.
Radiant doing a great job of CS into this lane, about 10 ahead right now despite the early death, and Spooks already going back for that second rotation of the blue buff, but there are quite a few members here. Teleport actually coming through in the back. Here comes Swiffer in the front. The ult
on the
lands onto 3 members. Impaired in a world of hurt, trying to get out of that one. There is the proc from the Vlad ult. Hema Plague not going to be killing anyone just yet, but health bars are low.
Yeah, so the Vlad ult was on and everybody's low enough that they can look towards the free objective. Still a good decision from the Chiefs to fight it. A swipe has found
Not
you.
over yet. Luna not level 6 with no escape options. Jumps to the minion. The stun goes down, but now Frey actually has to turn around. Dragon gets secured, but could have been a potential extra kill on top of that.
It could have been, but Big Swips does not have enough damage to find him the kill. Everyone settles down. Hellions were able to sack the Drake early, so they can get back to lanes quicker and maybe start some pushes, start some farm. Realistically, the problem is still going to be in this bottom lane. Frey and Luna are struggling compared to Raider, and he's just a facilitator.
Be able to get this tower, no problem. So first tower of the game does go down in favor of the Chiefs. Nothing that Frey can really do except sit back and watch his structures crumble away. Good overall play by Chiefs around that blue buff, getting themselves a very good advantage.
Yeah, absolutely are. The Chiefs still looking strong in this first game, considering we're only 11 minutes in. The gold lead's not different. by a whole lot, yet it still feels like the Chiefs are winning.
They're playing the map very well, using the jungle camps and objectives to really facilitate their play style and force the Hellions to answer early on.
Yeah, Hellions' team composition would favor a bit of scaling though. Also, Vladimir seems to be strong at all stages of the game, as is Vladimir. The rest of the team of the Hellions want 2 items on Frey, maybe an item and a half or 2 on Bomb. And bridging that gap is where they're actually starting to fall behind. In terms of drafting, you would say that Hellions have been a little bit greedy in that respect. And they are starting to pay for it.
Bomb finally got himself that catalyst, so should have an easier time sustaining in that lane as we see the lane swap coming down from Chiefs here. Swiper making his way to the bot lane. Easy 3v1 defend, but it's actually a 4v1, but here comes Ray, flashes the Shark. Walks back in.
Good flash.
Oh no, we just saw a 4v1, we see a 3v1 now. Bomb, does he have the egg available? Because that's the only saving grace here, but it may not be enough as Egypt tanks up the tower. Actually, the Lamb's Respite going down as well, but nonetheless, a secured kill.
And I must admit that was very well done from Spooks to have the Lamb's Respite down and not be in range of Bomb, but still maintaining his auto attack range. So he's definitely holding his R key, checking the ranges there. But they get themselves an easy kill. The Chiefs also initiating the lane swap that you mentioned. The problem was that Ezreal had no mana in his back pocket. And they still got the turret at least.
We see a little bit of a brawl down in the bot lane, but Rai just forces the Maokai ultimate backdrop after that one. Chief, though, about 2,000 gold in the lead currently. 2 kills to 1 and an extra tower. They did get that one up in the top lane. Raider was just allowed some free time.
Yeah, Raider's still definitely getting towards his big items that he needs. And from the looks of it, the cooldown reduction route,
Okay.
where he appears to want to go, not the damage dealing route with the Infinity Edge.
Knows his position in the team on that Ashe. It's all just throw out ultis, make the picks happen.
Yeah, well, he knows his role on the team. And speaking of,
Oh, the first ulti of the game does land down onto Bomb. A whiffed Braum ultimate here, but now the no egg Anivia should go down here. The wall actually providing him a little bit of safety.
now gets out alive, even though it was just barely. Hellions were here to respond in time, so the arrow was good. It wasn't good enough, and yeah, I was about to comment on that.
Yeah, so Fizz actually picked himself up. The Wit's End, an item I haven't seen in a very, very long time.
Of
But
course, it has seen some touch-ups.
yeah.
So it's a little bit better at the moment. People have been harping on about the capabilities of a Fizz with the Wit's End. I don't
About
know
to see
if
it.
rushing it is that great. I've seen a couple of Trinity Force Fizzes lately.
Sure.
But the Wit's End is the, I want to deal damage, have attack speed, and not take as much as a Trinity Force approach. You lose a lot of mobility, but Fizz naturally has a fair chunk of that anyway.
A lot of magic damage on the side of Chief, so can understand where he's coming from here. But it does require those auto attack stacks to build up to really get the maximum value out of the item. So it's going to be hard for him when he's got a Swiffer in pool, Swiper on top of him in
I mean,
Twisted
in a team
Advance.
fight, like, you're absolutely correct.
Sure.
But I don't know if Ryu's looking that heavily at a team fight by going the Wit's End. It means that
Okay.
Swiper will be good against him. Like, Ryu's going to be comfortable with the 1v1. He might be able to take him out in said 1v1. And if they send Swiffer there, he at least still has magic resistance as an early item purchase. Even if he went from here to more MR, still be decent. It's just that team fighting that you mentioned. Yeah, he's going to have a rough time. But if he can connect with Raider, he's going to be too tanky from the other members.
Ped takes away the blue buff. Egypt doesn't get the snare off in time. The tunnel comes through, but Chiefs stacking a lot of members up in this mid lane. Looks like they've got their sight set. The arrow goes for the field goal here as the wall providing the safety they need to walk on out.
Yeah, the arrow actually a little bit whiffed there. Whilst it was slightly dodged, it was only slightly dodged. He didn't aim in the correct angle.
Chiefs get themselves a tower off the back of that, though, so the pressure was enough.
Yeah, it absolutely was. So the Chiefs are able to settle the map down now. Do as they would like with the dragon up in 40 seconds. It may not be an influential type of dragon,
Sure, sure.
but it's still good to take it.
Dragon nonetheless. They already got themselves a Mountain Drake to their name, so you can see why these towers are so easy to take down while after they've scared all the members of Hellions off it. And impaired on split push duty here, or more of control duty as Swiper just threatening the lane constantly.
One of the other interesting perks while we were talking about the Wit's End before that it would give you by rushing that one is that you're not going for the Trinity Force build. It means you can still get the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Oh, yeah.
Which is nice because you have that AoE slow there. You can catch people still effectively, and it compensates for the mobility that the Trinity Force would give you. It's a happy medium between I want to do damage and be a split push threat. I want to be a...
Despite the Drake not being a favourite one, Chiefs take that one off cooldown nonetheless, so really demonstrating their map control at the moment.
Not a substantial amount allotted towards the Drake being taken. Of course, the two-man and Vision. Swiffer's pretty much Vladimir. So
they're really struggling to stop this Swiffer Vlad from positioning where he chooses. Swiper does avoid the knockup, gets hit by the Brom Q on the back, forced off the tower, so Hellions. But the same can be said on the opposite side of the map as 4 members of Chiefs. They've made their way down for this bottom inner, and there's really no one in position to stop it.
Yeah, and they're a Kindred comp, so they have a lot of damage.
4 ranged champions.
Yeah, exactly. Easy pickup.
In the top lane, it does fall, but an outer for an inner, always an unfavorable trade. So the Hellions need to find a way to start equalizing these. Chiefs are getting themselves further and further ahead. That 2k gold has risen to about 3. Still only 17 minutes in the game, so it's early. That's when the gold matters the most.
Yeah, well, Chiefs are basically just beating them in slow motion right now. That's the big concern for Hellions is they're getting towards these item spikes, but the question is how long will it take and how big will the lead be before that actually happens? And Nivea's not far off, Ezreal's not far off, and Ryu's just doing his thing, honestly, with items. He should be fine as it is.
Trying to buy themselves as much time as possible for these carries to get themselves scaled up and ready to fight. But Chiefs understand this, I'm sure, which seems to be why they're playing the map so well. Getting themselves that extra gold advantages from the structures. 4 towers at the moment as well. To the Hellions too. As we see Impaired Muno just taking away the crab, trying to pick off gold where he can, as his entire jungle is being cleared by some of the laners here. He just can't seem to stand up against the Vlad.
I don't know many things that can stand up against the Vlad. He's banned for a reason. I think it's safe to say.
That's Vlad, right?
Yeah, Hellions disregarding that and opting to ban even a 0 over it. I guess it's a sign of respect, but it's also a sign of disrespect because Vladimir was there. If Hellions were on blue side, 100% ban what they did. Here we are.
Once again, Chiefs beat Hellions to the punch with 3 members. The duo bot and the jungler just taking these turrets with ease, but Hellions do answer with their own. It seems like they're really calling the bluff here. Swiper, he's forced to spend as much time as he can, waste that time. He does get taken out, but how much will it buy them as now
Lots.
The Chiefs members, they are on the inhibitor turret. No more minions left, but that Karma Shield really doing work, and now they're on the inhibitor. It's up to Hellions to get back in touch.
One's gone, two's gone.
Oh no, the AoE stops 2 recalls. This is huge. A perfect ultimate from Radiant. It may have bought them the time they need to get this inhibitor, and it does. Now can Chiefs be stopped getting out of the base? They've got that Karma speed, and no one from Hellions can answer.
Yeah, free inhibitor actually taken. The cross map,
Swift
though.
is in the mid lane still, just pushing away.
Yeah, he is. That was very easily done from the Chiefs, you must admit. Almost felt too easy to take that inhibitor down. The perfect cross map arrow, as you mentioned, 2 people being cancelled from a recall.
So they want to go in onto Swiffer. He does have the pull available. The goes after, sidesteps that one back to full health. No chance they're taking down this Vlad.
No. It looked exciting, but I think the pull did more damage to him than anything else. So he gets all of his health back. Hellions now looking to make a play in the middle lane. Still against a wave clear of a Karma and a Vladimir. It's not that easy.
Group just 5 with only a few minions left. Tower down to half. There's the Shark onto Egypt. Shields it up, but a nice 5-man Hemo play. Here comes Swiper in the side, but it's the Vlad show right now. 1 kill. Looking to make some more. That is Radiant. Bomb gets egg Impaired off the side. Has to go into forestry. There's the arrow. The arcane shift doesn't matter. Egypt flashes in. Gets the snare. A free kill. Another one to Chiefs.
And Egypt barely living. I think it was a level up to keep him there. The Chiefs get a massive team fight. Swiffer executes flawlessly. Swiper gets in and the damage is done. 20 minutes and 40 seconds into this game. And they can just destroy this Baron's health bar with the Kindred.
Already a 5,000 gold advantage the Chiefs have in their back pocket. Now looking to secure this Baron Impaired. He can't even get there in time with the thought of stealing it away. 5 members now with the Baron buff. Like you said, Rusty, only 21 minutes in the game.
Very effectively done, and it all starts with
5,
Swiffer.
man.
Absolutely hits everybody with that ultimate. The damage is unreal, and Swiper's positioning, even with just the ultimate running, is enough to compensate so that Hellions could do nothing back in return. The easiest kills of the Chiefs' life, as the arrow also secures Frey's death, and I think it was Dangerous Game, actually, that kept him alive there at Egypt.
Every mastery point matters here, Rusty, as we see Rady has picked himself up that Runan's Hurricane, so does have a lot of crit, a lot of cooldown reduction, and now some damage.
You know, a lot of
to help it
people
out.
ask me why Runan's Hurricane is even picked up on Ashe. If you've never played her and you press Q with Runan's Hurricane, you'll know exactly why.
Hopefully we get to see that this game. It's kind of the same when Jinx has one as well in Rocket form. It's
So satisfying.
And now it's really up to Hellions to play tower defense here. Which lane are they going to choose to sack? Because they've got super minions coming in the top, Baron empowered in the bot, and a Vladimir in the mid.
It's
Look
tower
at Dire.
defense with a broken economy at the moment.
Sure.
They don't have enough towers actually put up to defend, so they'll have to play this next team fight flawlessly.
Look at that minion.
No
combo.
mistakes are available for Hellions or the game is over.
Well, look at Radius positioning. Very, very bold here, but he's allowed to do it with so many minions. The ultimate from Braum comes out pure defensive as not a single bit of damage onto anyone out.
dead.
Oh, Bomb, he just gets caught out of position. Railu, right, and Imped trying to answer in the side of that one, but they're fighting on top of the Lamb's Respite. There is a Hemo plate. Frey goes down, Braum goes down, Ryu goes down, and this is looking to be game, Rusty.
22 minutes and 40 seconds into this game, and only Impaired stands as the minions are crashing now. This should be game 1.
Yeah, super minions in the base on the Nexus turrets. Swiffer, Swiper, and Ejim all still alive. This Vlad 4-0-4, a perfect game for him. Fortunately missing out that 100% kill participation by just 1 assist or kill, but still looking great nonetheless.
Yeah, and as far as game 1s are concerned, all Impaired can do is dance. Very well-rounded, concise, and clear victory for the Chiefs, and you have to give them credit for that. We are looking at first place against 7th place, and it still felt like that, all things considered.
Yeah, they played the map perfectly, getting every single advantage that they could get away with, essentially forcing Hellions to those early skirmishes around the blue buff. So very well played to the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can even tell they start lane stopping when they know they're ahead. The Chiefs, they just snowballed that game really efficiently, and again, you have to give them so much credit.
Constantly forcing the Hellions to answer with turrets of their own, and every time it felt like it was an outer for an inner, and that kind of just snowballed at the end. The cross-map Ashe ult to stop the recalls, but that's enough for us. We're going to send it back to Spawn, the analyst desk, to break down game number 1.
Thanks so much, Rogi. And with that, a 23-minute and 10-second, I think, victory for the Chiefs Esports Club in Game 1 over the Hellions right now. And, you know, that was a pretty one-sided affair. And I guess we have to go back to the very start of the game. I mean, the Chiefs, they set up a cheeky brush camp at level 1. And, Bensel, you're saying that this is something that Oceanic clubs and, you know, worldwide, this is just seeing more and more play.
Yeah, it's like really common now that everyone knows that, you know, you're going to take a camp at level 1. We can get into this bush and we're going to see it on the screen shortly.
Yeah, so we'll bring it up on the screen. So the idea behind this is exactly what Bensel said. They've just done a camp, Chiefs haven't. So they're able to get into the brush early, and, you know, it just allows you to get so many advantages.
So you see them come out, they do immediate amounts of damage. There they go, they get the flash from Ezreal, and now that Luna and Frey have been chunked out as well, have burned all of their pots and that key summoner, it just means that Radier and Ejim have complete control of the lane. But it's not just bottom lane that affects, it immediately then impacts the jungle because Spooks looks for an invade since his bottom lane is so far ahead.
Yeah, so they are able to 3-buff Impaired, get him out of the game nice and early. But I do want to talk about one thing that you mentioned, you know, overzealous Chiefs bottom lane. We see another game where they get first blooded, Radius solo pushing a turret. Like, I mean, the 2 members were relatively low, but that's pretty inexcusable.
Yeah, I mean, we called it before the game that would be, if there was one thing that was suspect about them, it would be their bot lane overextending too much. And I think he just felt overconfident because they were chunked out that there was no chance of him getting ganked, and Chiefs overconfidence.
Yeah, it wasn't a fantastic play, but, you know, that's probably where the weaknesses ended for the Chiefs. I mean, across the map, otherwise they had 3 winning lanes, able to knock down turrets early. I do want to go towards the top lane because, you know, we've seen a lot out of Swiper this split for Oscar, and he's played a little bit of Aurelia. He's playing Alawi and Solo Q back on the Maokai, able to take the 1v1 versus the Fizz. That was a bit unexpected.
Yeah, especially because Fizz itemized into the Wits End, so trying to look to really negate a lot of what that Maokai is able to put out, and wasn't able to beat him in the 1v1. Their CS was actually even. A little bit of credit to Ryu, though. I know we were talking about this a bit backstage. I don't think he had enough time in the lane when the item was actually online to make a difference. And likewise, he didn't take the Ignite, taking the Flash teleport on the Fizz. So
I know you didn't like it, Venzel. Like, what was it about the Fizz build, the Ignite? Was it the no Trinity Force? Like, what was it exactly that you think that Ryu should have been forcing towards?
I just think if you're going to be playing Fizz, I don't really see why you should go Wits End. Like, if you're playing Fizz, then I feel you should be looking to snowball with Ignite and Triforce. If you're not going Ignite, then someone's going to camp your lane for you. You're going to dive at level 6, and they just didn't do any of that, so I don't see why you pick it.
So, Hellions not able to play to their win conditions. The Chiefs were able to at least pick game 1. However, we do have a second game coming up just around the corner. Don't go anywhere, guys. In 3.5, we'll have game number 2 between the Chiefs and Hellions. Welcome back to the OPL, where we just saw Chiefs Esports Club take game 1 over the Hellions in pretty convincing fashion. I'm Spawn, still joined by Benzel and Frosker down the end of the desk. Last week, we asked you guys which OPL team you support and why, and we have some of the answers here. We'll read some out. First answer is from Blake, NLS Penguin. Of course, I support Avantgarde, but only because of Jake's dog, Kobe. Kobe is an adorable dog, wears an Avantgarde jersey every now and again. If you want to get on board, go follow Jake. He's a fantastic sport on Twitter. Another person here, OKS OKYSEA. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. I support Legacy because the first time I went to an OPL match, it was at PAX Oz to watch their first ever LoL match. And they were smacking everyone around and having an amazing play there. And I think Legacy that day, back when they were Avant-Garde, made a lot of fans, actually, when that was happening. So I think that both very valid responses. Of course, there are 6 other winners on Twitter right now. Check your inboxes, guys, and we'll be able to get you your prize out soon. However, this week we want to have a new contest for you. So it is name the first 4 dragons of Game 1 and 2, and then Game 1 and 2 of tomorrow's game. So Game 1 and 2 only. We don't care about Game 3 if it gets there. It's too hard to organize that way. So predict what kind of dragons they're going to be. Air, ocean, fire, mountain. And if you get it all right, you're going to win a Dragon Slayer skin of your choice, of course. So I think that's a little bit hard. Like, I'm thinking about it in my head. 4-4, you have 25% chance every single time going into 4 matches. I reckon there's like a 1% chance you can actually get that right.
You need like 1,000 people to vote for someone to get it right.
That's like hard mode contest.
Or 1 person to vote 1,000 times. Looking at you guys on the internet there. So remember, use that hashtag IamOPL to get into it. Let's move into this game one more time. You know, Hellions versus the Chiefs. We said it was going to be a little bit one-sided. Turns out to be that way. What can Hellions do moving into this game to, I guess, try and take it up a notch? Is it, you know, they tried the bottom lane, didn't really work, just throw everything behind Ryu, throw everything behind Bomb? How does this work out?
I think if their solo laners can play safely enough such that they don't get ganked and snowballed on, well, particularly mid in that game, then they can try and repeat the bot gank that worked last game. That's about really the only shining light for them.
And all right, cool. So I do agree with you. Does that mean they have to change up their pick ban? Because I thought Ezreal, Braum, as soon as you see the Ashe coming, you know you're being shoved in. Even if you win that lane, you can't really push out at all at the latter stages of the game. Was it a bad pick ban from the Hellions then in that regard?
I thought it was kind of strange prioritization on the Ezreal when Sivir was available and Ashe was also available. They could have picked something else in the first rotation and picked the AD carry to suit whatever they were laning against more later.
Frost, want to bring you in here. Do you agree that it has to revolve around the Hellions bottom lane? Is there anything else this team can really look towards against the Chiefs?
I mean, realistically, just simply throwing a Mystic Shot or a Winter's Bite into that brush as you come back down would have solved a lot of their problems. And not eating that immediate volley into an auto attack. So, like, I agree that maybe Ezreal, Braum, not the strongest, especially if you're facing across from Karma, Ashe. We don't know the Hellions to be looking for, like, a lane swap or anything like that. But ideally, I can't say, oh, yeah, adjust this draft here, change it like this. Because first and foremost, the Hellions just need to execute on what they have on the field.
All right, cool. Going across the other side of the map, the Chiefs, did we see anything there that kind of rekindles our belief that this team can play a much cleaner style of League of Legends? We said they were very sloppy against Avant-Garde a couple of weeks ago. Is there anything there that they have tidied up?
I completely agree, yeah. Their rotations look much better. That said, they're against the Hellions, so it's not the hardest challenge.
All right, well, they're going to go against them at least one more time tonight because we are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of our OPL Legend match. So here is Rogi and Rusty to take us in.
Thank you, Spawn. And we heard what the analysts have to say about Hellions taking a game, but I think one of the main things they're going to look at is ban Vlad.
Yep. Might want to get Vlad off. I think, though, while we are swapping sides, coming into the second drafting phase, the Chiefs may actually just ban it because they understand Vladimir is a strong champion. They first picked it themselves. So as we move into the second game of this best of 3, a couple of adaptations will likely come out.
That's exactly right. Maybe we might see the Azir slide through and Swiffer might impress us all over again.
Absolutely. The Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, has been a standout performer for Swiffer. That and the LeBlanc. He's got a lot of champions. The man's got deep pockets. So.
You saw that graph earlier, graphic earlier of just his stats on some of those picks. It's mind-blowing, really.
Absolutely. Even the Rise was up there, 16-1 performance.
We mentioned Azir. It's not going to get seen as all Hellions. Once again, ban that one away. Don't want the Emperor of Oceania to be the Emperor of the Rift tonight.
That's right. Of course, a lot of mid-focus between these teams as Hellions are starting to adapt.
Taking away that Kindred. They banned Kindred quite a lot, I think, in nearly all of their games coming up to this one. I think that last game was, they haven't banned the Kindred away.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Kindred was picked in by Spooks and hard carried that game. There are so many things up right now. Ryze and Vladimir are the 2 named champions.
Swain as well. Trundle getting banned away. They don't want that on the side of Hellions.
People have been starting to find slight answers to that of the Swain.
Cool.
Right now, there's definitely going to be at least one of them. The Chiefs should ban Vladimir out of respect, honestly, and then look towards a counter for perhaps the Swain.
Once again, we see Aurelia getting banned away from the Rift tonight, so that Trinity Force change is really favoring her in the top lane.
Yeah, between Jax and Aurelia, 2 of the better recipients of that. Even the Fizz to an extent that we saw last game go for a Wit's End instead. have been rising in popularity quite rapidly.
Oh, speaking of rising in popularity, Rise is still available here as Vladimir, as he predicted, was the final ban away from the Chiefs. Out of respect, don't really want anyone to get their hands
Just lock
on
in
that.
Rise.
Yeah, it's available.
Ryu. Come on, Ryu's the old school Rise
Yeah.
god.
He knows it as well, and he's going to lock it in.
It took too long to do that.
It should have been
That's what I'm
instant.
saying, yeah. There should be a very obvious response of that in particular from the Chiefs.
Locking in that Swain immediately. You mentioned people know how to play against it a little bit better. Still doesn't mean that they have the easiest time in lane. Rek'Sai following that one up for Spooks as the Kindred was banned away.
Yeah, so Impaired might default to something like his Echo now that the Rek'Sai has been taken from him. I think it's entirely likely that we'll see something like that from Impaired unless he looks towards
Maybe Nidalee?
perhaps the Nidalee, that's right, one of the other champions that he can excel on. From what the Chiefs have locked in so far, we're looking at a Swain Rek'Sai. Lots of frontline threat, lots of early pressure from the Rek'Sai in late game, scaling tankiness from what you would assume is Swiper.
Sure.
Someone that's definitely been playing a bit of Swain. And I'm still not sure if it's Rise mid or top because they can flex that here on the side of Hellions.
We'll see what Hellions answer with. So far, they look like they want to get that Bard and Lucian. So Lucian still one of the best AD carries in the game. Just that mobility and upfront damage, always a great thing to trade off the range.
Yeah, and speaking of Trinity Force, we've seen a couple of people
Yeah.
looking at that potentially on the Lucian. I think only Raze has played it so far, but always worth looking at because it's strong on him at the moment, honestly.
He already gets the Rage passive from the Black Cleaver, so we know that Rage is good on him. So Sheen has always been useful. I remember back a while ago when Lucian had those ridiculous dashes that reset off his double shot, buying Trinity very early on. But
No, the ice skating Lucian.
yeah, that was it. And Bard for Luna here. So they have a way of locking down the Swain, but not dealing with him.
Yeah, and of course a low-range AD carry in Lucian, a stand and deliver style champion in Rise as well, means they are susceptible to a lot of potentially either engage or disengage.
There goes the Zaraka. We've seen this quite a lot out of EG in this split so far. Wonder what they'll couple it with in the bot lane. Radiant did a good job on Ashe last game. Not a great job, but a good job. But he will be playing it once again.
Oh. I mean, like, change that Ashe for an Ezreal and you've got the least impactful bottom lane to ever grace Summoner's Rift.
That's it, right?
Thankfully, the rest of the team can compensate, and that really is the purpose of the Chiefs' bottom lane right now.
No Hellions. They're forced to show whether or not this Rise is going top or mid, depending on what they see fit. Allows for Chiefs to save that last pick for Swiffer, should he choose to either counterpick the Rise. Maybe TF here for Bomb.
I'm ready for the pony. Twisted Fate Hecarim.
Ooh.
Lock it in, Eddie.
They got 20 seconds to
That's
make your dreams
Detective.
come true, Rusty.
Detective
$1 million.
Rusty saw the ghost change on Impaired's Summoner spells. It's the only reason. I'm not a
Oh.
genius. I just saw the ghost. Like,
What your perceptive skills could be paying off for you right now, Rusty, and you could be going home a millionaire. And it's going to be the Hecarim on Impaired. You mentioned few junglers that Impaired likes to play that aren't too conventional, and looks like he's showing us one tonight with the Ghost Hecarim.
it has had a pretty monumental rise in popularity since the recent patches as well. So
Sure.
there's a lot of top laners, even the AD carry Lucian we mentioned, like Trinity Force. Well, Hecarim's also one of those. It's been seen a couple of times. If you go Trinity Force, it allows you to go for the challenging smite with a Cinderhulk style of build and just be a super tank that moves very fast, can gank from very unique pathing areas also, and just does silly amounts of damage.
Looking forward to see if Impaired and the Hellion squad can make this work, with Twisted Fate as well taking Ghost Rise with his ultimate. It's going to be a very mobile team here.
Yeah, and a lot of it's just base movement
Very
speed
fast
as
team.
well. Yeah, they run fast, forward or backwards. And as far as team compositions are concerned from the Hellions, I do quite like this one.
Well, Chiefs pick a very mobile mid laner of their own in the Ahri. Saw a little bit of Ahri over in the OCS, but not in the OPL so far.
Yeah, knowing that it's against the Twisted Fate, they lock in the Ahri, an assassin threat, one of the older options into the TF. Orianna, back when she was meta as well, you would see the preference on Ahri over Orianna simply because you can stop the Twisted Fate from ulting elsewhere. You can close distances reasonably fast as well. Just means that Swiffer wants to win lane and ideally wants to not die to Impaired throughout it.
We've mentioned earlier on in the night that Bomb has a little bit of tendency to stay in lane well past its time, and Twisted Fate, that can really be a negative here, so he's going to be having to use that ultimate around the map to hopefully get his team the advantages where they need it most.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see Bomb come out into his own here with this Twisted Fate and actually rotate and utilize his champion's kit to the fullest, get from mid to bottom. And I guess it's one of the cooler things of this is it's almost counterintuitive for Bomb to play Twisted Fate. But if you're a player that doesn't leave lane and doesn't roam, you put him on a champion that forces you to do it, perhaps it'll start to actually bring about the playstyle that's lacking from this team.
Twisted Fate versus Ari. It feels like it's season 3 and 4 all over again, Rusty. But remember, guys, to get on Twitter, show your love to these teams. Hashtag HLNWin or hashtag CHFWin. If you want Chiefs to win, if you want Hellions to win, or if you just want to see a great game. We've got a jungle Hecarim as well, Rusty. It's got all the ingredients here.
We're starting to see Hecarim more and more, and it's nice to see Impaired of all people actually picking this one up because he can actually put the team on his back.
Well, if you play Echo, you tend to like those unique gank paths that champions like Zac, like Echo, can set up, and like Hecarim. So really excited to see if he stays true to that style.
And even like Rek'Sai does. So
great point.
Both of these junglers are very versatile. I will say, however, that Impaired being on this Hecarim doesn't have flash and does get quite low in that first clear of the jungle.
It's going to be a difficult time. Most of the Hecarims I've seen have been taking further just for that extra damage, but remember,
you don't really stack it quick enough.
Yeah, it's just one of those preferences. That extra health is going to be very useful, though, from the Strength of Ages.
Yeah, and if it might actually just indicate as well that you're going for a Cinderhulk build also. That way it scales with your health. A little bit more efficient in terms of Keystone Masteries. Of course, Impaired has plenty of options to him. As we'll just see what he does, honestly. Right now we have a scaling team from Hellions pretty much across the board again. You have to remember that game number 1, they lost in 23 minutes. And so that's not really what we define scaling by any means.
Scaling team's worst nightmare, right?
Indeed. We didn't get a chance to see them shine. The Chiefs snowballed on them far too hard. So coming into this second game, really, Hellions just need to learn how to not lose that quickly. To diffuse the situation, because scaling champions should be weak early. Chiefs should find small advantages early, but you want that to scale up.
I want to see if Luna chucks a Cosmic Binding into the brush as they're walking to lane this time. Obviously, Radiant and Ejim aren't going to be there, but let's see if they learned their lesson.
I actually agree with that, and I also agree with what Frostgaren said on the desk, because drafting is a non-factor if you play to lose. So small details like either warding the bush or throwing spells in the bush might make life a lot easier. Of course, it isn't Ashe Soraka this time, so the damage is a lot less.
Exactly right. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Binding does go wide. And look at Radiant very aggressively trading onto Frey. Gets that slow proc, so every auto attack does her own little crit.
Yeah, playing very forward here, Ejim, as he can. Soraka is honestly quite an obnoxious champion.
We see the first entry for the contest at Ricky Dean King, predicting it's going to be Infernal, then a Cloud Drake for the first series of tomorrow. So good luck, mate.
Well, based off my solo queue right now, I agree with him. Cloud Drake all the way.
Yeah, that's it, right?
All 4 games, Clouds.
It's always sunny on. It's always cloudy in Summoner's Rift.
Better than fiery.
It is true. For the combatants, another great Cosmic Binding from Luna's Bard here as we just see this bot lane doing a good job. The first gank of the game. Flash is actually in, courses Ryu to get out of that one. But Spook spurned his flash as well.
Yeah, so Ryu gets out alive, and it is essentially a favorable trade for Ryu as far as I'm concerned. Swiper and Spooks both flashing away. I mean, you can't complain. Here
comes the horsey. Magical Journey been taken for Luna. I don't see any of the boxes around. Oh no, there is one under the tower, so still only level 2. No Magical Journey available just yet for Luna. So Hecarim's going to have to take the long way around, but there is a level 3. This should indicate the start of the gank.
It might be a Magical Journey gank that he's looking for.
We come through the stun, potentially landing on both, but Radiant flashes out of that one. Now Ejim, the target, flashes after. Look at the damage out of Impaired. That's a Ghost Hecarim at full speed.
I will say that was a mistake from Ejim for one particular reason, and that is that if you flash as the Hecarim is charging you, you don't take most of the damage.
Well, Ryu with no flash available might be in a little bit of trouble. Spooks tanks that one out, gets hit by the Nether move. It might be a 1-for-1 here, but First Blood goes over to Swiper.
Yeah, so they get the kill. Swiper also has the laning presence still about him. But the Rek'Sai does go down. The flash being burned from earlier. Might be a little bit disappointed in that one there.
Still, Swiper does have that CS advantage over here. And another entry here. Looks like it's going to be Cloud, Cloud, and Cloud. So
Lots of clouds. 4 clouds to be seen, which means you have to remember, for our previous entrant, you need to guess all 4 Drakes. Games 1 and 2 from both series tomorrow, not just the first one.
it's a great point to make. Got to be very, very lucky
I
to
agree
take
with
home
him
this
as well.
one.
4 clouds.
Nothing but clouds coming up for the foreseeable future on the OPL Summoner's Rift here as both the bot lanes just trying to get their poke in when they can. But when you're against Soraka, you take what CS you can get and not really complain about it.
Yeah, Soraka's very much about diffusal of laning phase.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of diffusal, Bomb's just sitting back throwing Qs. He's not actually feeling confident anymore because Spooks has shown his head in this middle lane.
Last game really felt the pressure even on the Anivia. Didn't have that cleanse. Not taking it this game again. With Charm, Never Move, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Questionable maybe, Rusty.
So from the looks of it, and there was a ping very early, it seems like Hecarim had counter-jungled Spooks. They pinged exactly where he was.
Okay.
So they knew where he was going to be. And if he gets a gank off right now, it's actually just a big mistake across the board from Helion's. He could only be on one side, and that's either bottom or mid. And look at how cautious the bottom lane is playing. Spooks here, though.
Might be in a little bit of trouble. Pops the Ghost. Should be able to get out of range of the Unburrow and does so. Good work being quick on his fingers. Doesn't have to burn that longer cooldown of the flash.
It's the lower cooldown of the 2 summoner spells, that is true. But he also had to burn the summoner spell, positioning himself a little bit too forward. Spooks was looking to recall. And then Bomb presented an opportunity that he couldn't say no to.
Gets a Ghost for his trouble. So far Spooks doing a really good job. Impaired, we saw him in the bot lane. Of course, one last entry we see. Infernal Cloud, Infernal Mountain. Coming out from Andrew here. So mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, he's taking a real gamble with that one. Good luck. I think we all need luck. I think Spawn even said it himself. It's close enough to 1% that you're going to have to be a madman or a genius to get it right.
Could potentially happen here. Both teams, though, still dead even in gold. Is still very early. Laning phase. I've seen both the top laners go back. Rai picking himself up the tier while Swiper goes for that early catalyst.
And it is good to see Ryu playing the Rise. Of course, it's one of his signature champions that was always taken from him as they're looking at Swiper.
Here comes Bomb. Swiper, no flash available just yet. It's so short of a cooldown left available, but he's turning around. Gets
so
the Ravenous
tanky.
Flock on, and he might just win the 2v1 here. Gets the kill onto Ryu. Now he's got his sights set onto Bomb, who's forced to retreat. Oh, no.
Oh, one does not simply gank as Swain in a situation where he is at a 1v2, has the catalyst picked up, Swiper gets the kill. That's something that you should never see happen.
Oh, he's not done yet. Forces a flash out of Bomb, though.
And now they trade summoner spells. Swiper has turned this completely upside down. The Chiefs are now massively ahead simply from control in this top lane.
Well, Spooks might want to get on Impaired here. Here is Swiffer over the wall. Can the charm land? He's saving it for the right moment. Not going to hit it. Still has a few Spirit Rush charges left, but Impaired gets away with his life.
Plays Ring Around the Rosie with them. Instead of using his ultimate, actually just decides to walk in circles, then uses it. But they get out, and it was the Ari ultimate expended, but no summoners burnt. If the charm connected, Impaired was very dead. So whilst he was doing circles, he still dodged it.
Still had that Ignite available, so there was definite kill threat here. But unfortunately, Bomb's first ultimate gets defused by Swiper's Swain, and Ray really feels the pressure now in this top lane.
Yeah, right. Ryu is actually the struggling factor. 2-0 Swain speaks unspeakable problems that Hellions are going to be facing as they get towards any kind of team fighting scenario or even skirmishing involving the top laner. Teleport is still up for him as well, so they could look towards a power play, force the Drake, utilizing him right now. I'd be surprised if they don't force something.
Radiant has hit level 6 as well, so they have that Ash Catch available. Should anyone overstay their welcome or step a little bit too far up the lane, but As we see, both junglers are positioned on the top side of the map right now, so not valuing this Ocean Drake too highly.
And disappearing to do the Gromp as well, the Chiefs. I don't think it's because their laning phase is struggling by any means, but it's also them disappearing from the map. Funnily enough, when someone leaves lane,
Especially as an Ashe.
yeah, and your initial thought is actually push the lane away from them so that they get lost or denied minions. It also sometimes just causes you to then put yourself into a pushed position. Bomb's respecting because, yeah, they also are invisible on the map. And when an Ashe is in spawn, it's a higher percentile that the arrow will connect because of the angle that you're throwing it down the lane instead of across.
We hear Spooks' ult go off as he makes his way back to the jungle of the Hellions, but Impaired is there. But look at Rai, he's really feeling the pressure of this Swain right now, getting chunked down to about half health on the bot. Frey trying to tangle with Ejim, but he's got a lot of potions to work with.
Yeah, Ejim's doing well to stay healthy considering how forward he's trying to play. And yes, Frey's able to take it to him.
There's the stun, the culling comes out, Luna blocks the ulti, but where is the damage coming from out of this Chief squad? And it's non-existent as the kill comes over Frey.
Ejim walked at them, didn't use exhaust, and then flashed away and just died as war.
Looks like the Tempered Fate not going to land. Here. Impaired is there, has the ultimate available. Luna keeping Rady interested. There is a Twisted Fate ult just for Vision right now. The flash comes through. There is the Onslaught of Shadows. Should be a kill. Spook, so he wants to take a turn at Swiffer. Fighting. He Impaired gets taken down, and now Bomb really should have teleport, but then Swiper in the backline teleports in Ray. He can't do too much to stop that one. Bomb gets flash charmed. There is the kill going across to Swiffer.
And the fadeaway charm from Swiffer gives them an extra kill. Swiper is just way too big. 1v3s. Gets himself a casual kill and walks it out, being the giant bird he is. And that's the play that the Chiefs needed, but it was entirely reactive to what Hellions were doing. Running the Twisted Fate, running the Hecarim as well. And it's funny, they capitalized off a mistake mechanically from Ejim.
It's an excellent game to watch so far. Very exciting, to say the least. But here are Chiefs well and truly in an advantageous position, getting themselves the first dragon of the game. It is the Ocean, followed by the Cloud. Currently 1,000 gold in the lead after that little skirmish. No towers to fall yet, but Chiefs do have a 2-kill lead.
And this is such a delicate, I guess, series between both of these teams. Remember, and we have said this a couple of times now, Hellions are 7th place. They're yet to find themselves a victory in the OPL. They'd be hungry for it, to say the least. The Chiefs are probably our best, uncontested, our best team right now in the OPL. And all it takes is a stiff breeze in the wrong direction, and the Hellions could fall over. So we've started to see that unfold with Swiper actually getting a 1v2 kill. You can see how that starts to translate into the rest of the map.
Look how confident he is walking into 3 members. There is the ult from Spooks to get himself in range. Bomb is also there, so this fight could have started at any moment.
Definitely could. Hellions are making a big power play towards getting the turret. Chiefs are trading. Just keep your eyes on if an arrow was going to come out. That would usually indicate if they're going to defend. But they were already trading anyway. Yeah,
no worries. Rady gets himself that tower, and it looked like it was a local gold as Ejim did meander off to that jungle to get some deep wards in. So Rady feeling very good about that trade.
So everything settles down nicely, and it was still a nice movement from Hellions. You have to commend them on that. However, the problems lie elsewhere for this team.
Bomb might be in a little bit of trouble here as 3 members barreling down, but Bomb is able to walk his way out of that one. Look at the damage. They get the tower. There is the Tempered Fate onto 2 members. The charm does land onto Luna. The Onslaught of Shadow. Here's 4 members. Frey trying to get the culling down. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow stuns him up, but Luna gets chunked out. But regardless, Chiefs still back out.
Swiffer has his ultimate still there. I feel like they could have actually fought that.
Might not be over there yet. There is a Spirit Rush onto Bomb. He's got nowhere to go. Swiffer is to the right. Impaired! No, he gets charmed into the Never Move and picked up by Swiffer.
Baited by Bomb. Such is the life of this pony who didn't really want to be a part of that charm, but found himself stuck in Swiffer's web. Goes down, and that just means more turrets are starting to fall here. And this is disaster, honestly, for Hellions.
Chiefs get themselves their 3rd tower. 2 of that being in the mid lane, so 2 of the most important towers in the game going down very early, only 13 minutes in, and what was a 1,000 gold lead is now spiraled into a 4,000 gold lead. Chiefs making their impression well and truly known on the map tonight.
Yeah. Give an inch, they take a mile.
And we have another tweet, of course. If you know if 4 Cloud Drakes spawn, then a lot of people are going to win. Yeah, that's it, right?
Myself included. Oh, yeah. Cloud Drake for the win. Actually, it's like Cloud Drake sympathizers, really. The worst of the Drakes, the highest probability to spawn. That's how that works, right?
that's how a lot of people are perceiving it tonight, Rusty, I'm sure. Twitter's people are going to be thinking, why is everyone tagging 4 Clouds into IMOPL who missed tonight's broadcast and just trying to maybe get some live updates? But,
It also make no sense logically because only 3 can spawn in a single game.
that's right.
So if you don't know what the competition was, you'd be a little bit lost.
Well, back to the game. Hellions really feeling the brunt of Chiefs right now as they've just been barreling down whichever lane they should choose, clearing out the wards.
This could potentially be the start of the undoing for the Hellions right now.
Jim might be in a bit of trouble here. There is Bomb's ultimate. Another charm onto Impaired forces him to run in the wrong direction, and the TF ult fizzles out.
Yep, bombs at the Raptors. So the bottom lane's got Swiper, who has teleport. They need to send Rise down there soon because Bomb doesn't have his ult. But look at the mismatch right now with lane assignments. This is an opportunity for the Chiefs to make a big map play if they can get it done.
They get spotted out, but it might not be enough as Luna gets hit by the ulti, then gets snared, then gets knocked up, then gets taken down by Spooks.
Yeah, 4-man army strong here from the Chiefs roster. Out of position, to say the least, as the Hellions, and it all started with that lane assignment. Hey, at least Bomb's not mid. That's always a positive, except that his team is now starting to die, and he's up against a Swain.
Now, there's no one in position apart from Frey to try and stop this Chiefs aggression in the top lane. There should be another tower, the 5th of the game for Chiefs going down here. Look at Frey just sitting next to the inhibitor.
Yeah, once again, the Chiefs, whilst there was Hellions to initiate the first movement around the map, when the Chiefs know that they're ahead, they start to make plays like this. Whether right or wrong, they will still try to make these plays. And against the Hellions team, it's absolutely working out as that gold is skyrocketing.
Definitely paying off for them right now as Swiffer going to be going back, picking himself up a needlessly large rod. Sorcerer's boots as well on top of that Morellonomicon, while Bomb, his Rod of Age has only just started stacking, currently on 2, where the other rower champion, Swain, sitting on 8.
And Rise at 0 as well.
Oh, no.
Look, we called them a scaling team at the start of this game. It is 16 minutes in the game, and I feel like the Chiefs have already scaled. They're about maybe 1,000 gold off their big second items. They're all going to be very content with team fighting and forcing 4 objectives around the map now. That's something that the Hellions really just don't have. And we said in the first game, at a point where the Baron was taken, that it's going to require flawless movements from the Hellions. And it feels like at 17 minutes in this second one, the Hellions make a mistake. It could actually already just be lights out.
6,000 gold is a deficit to really fear right now as Hellions are losing more and more control of the map whenever Chiefs see fit. Getting those deep wards down. Spooks just taking all of the jungle. Really struggling to find their footing.
Yeah.
Summoner's Rift tonight.
And it starts with the jungle, invade deep vision, place down wards, and try and find where they are, then just take the free objective.
There it is.
If this happens with the Baron in 3 minutes or 2 minutes from now, then I'm not sure what Hellions are going to do to answer.
Frey takes one look at Swiper and thinks, no thanks, I'm out. Someone else can deal with that in the top lane as Swiper is huge.
He's a big old bird.
He's a big old bird. That is true. There's 2 minutes left on that Rift Herald.
Got
No
those
one
2
really
minions, man.
deciding to go for it just yet tonight. Been seeing that a lot, but a lot of people in that bot lane. Impaired might have been caught out. Another charm lands, but luckily he's got those base gates to go through.
Swift is really hesitant to use his ult.
Ooh, a good flash by Ray avoids the enchanted crystal arrow, but there is the Spirit Rush, gets the charm down. Will it be enough? One more Spirit Rush followed by the flash secures the kill.
And Spooks was just sitting there casually tanking the turret for him. Raider and Swiffer doing a lot of damage right now. Ejim's got the heals, so the tank will still be a tank. And it all comes down to the charm. Does the charm hit? Does the arrow hit? Follow it up.
That's it, right? Another tower goes down in the name of Chiefs as every single lane they get their sights set on, the structures just crumble. That is every single outer turret and inner has been taken down. Only the inhibitor and Nexus structures remain. So Chiefs, they really have free control of the map. A minute onto Baron, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them get it.
Well, they've
very
already
soon.
pinged it, so
Yeah.
they're definitely looking towards it. At least the Rift Herald. I don't think they'll actually get there in time for that. This is the start of the big snowball now. Even the vision on this top side of the map near the Baron has been set up by the Chiefs.
Looks like they really want to get this Rift Herald before it does spawn. It's just another advantage that they can take. And here's Radier and Ejim.
Racing the clock, I suppose.
Swiffer making his way over.
They are racing the clock.
Going to be very, very tight to get this one, but now the damage is really coming out. A few more eyeball shots should be enough, and there it goes. Rift Herald does die, giving that over to Spooks.
And that is, as far as Rift Heralds go, quite efficient.
Ooh, nice sidestep by Bomb. Arrow goes wide down the map.
Yeah.
Sure, he realized how close he was to death as Spooks takes away the blue buff. Impaired, running for his life as Ejim, feeling the pain of being a Soraka trying to pin someone down.
And it's hard, because not to discredit the Hecarim by any means, I still think it's a good jungle pick. It's just being ran around the map. Every single time something's up, it gets stolen. They're always one step ahead here, the Chiefs. Really not giving any chances to let their opposition back in this game. It's a stranglehold that they're not letting go of.
And no one on the side of Hellions, no, maybe even a no combo right now can deal with Swiper. He is so damn strong, having just finished that Spirit Visage.
It'd take 5 people, and it'd have to have Frey there.
Yeah, and he would probably still trade in the end.
Well, he has the Executioner's calling. He's the
true.
necessary member of the team. I actually think, I don't even know if it's Swiper or Die.
That's it, right?
What a disaster this is becoming.
Oh, the arrow off cooldown already gets sidestepped by Frey with a nice pursuit away from that one. Just throwing these ultis off cooldown, trying to make a pick to result in either the Baron or an inhibitor play.
Yeah, well, level 11 is Radier right now. The same level as Ryu on the side of the Hellions. And Swiper's 14, and here we go.
We had
Can
this
he do
theory
it?
set up. The Ignite goes down. All members are here. 5 versus 1.
Get
Can
him,
Swiper
Swift!
do it? He's still alive. No, but the shutdown goes Spooks. Didn't really want to follow that one, but the rest of Chiefs are here, and now there is the Tempered Fate onto
Might have
Radier.
Radier.
What can they make happen here? The stun goes through, the gold card comes through, but Egypt trying to keep his carry healed up. Rise doing what he can. Impaired gets another one now. Spooks in full retreat, gets the tunnel off despite the stun. Good catch.
Yeah, 2 big picks. Swiper goes down. It took a little while. It took almost long enough that the Chiefs rotated. Raider also getting hit by the Bard ulti, so well done from Luna to lock it down. And Hellions show bits of resistance. There are signs of life still in their beating hearts, but it's getting pushed to the wire for these guys.
Proving that gods can bleed here as Swain does actually fall. We mentioned it was going to be a hard task ahead, but they proved us wrong. Oh no, the re-engage. 1 knock up on to Impaired, but he's been eating charm after charm, and it stays true right now. Swiffer should be securing himself 1 more kill. There it is.
Arrow's
Here comes
on.
the ulti from downtown. No one gonna hit. Ooh, Frey just narrowly avoids that one.
At the last second, he's like, oh, better dodge that one. He does. Impaired's dead. That's their jungler. That's their smite gone.
On that cue, Chiefs are going to start up this Baron.
No, the startup. Remember, they've got a Soraka, so even if they take a bit of damage from this, even if it takes a while, they're going to be reasonably healthy. There is no availability for the Hellions whatsoever.
No, after losing that Hecarim in trade for the tower, they have to give up the Baron now. Baron empowered minions and a split pushing Swain. The story grows more and more grim for the side of Hellions.
Yeah, and if Swiper had his Zonias in that last engage, he
Ooh.
actually would have lived for the whole time.
His team were right there.
Yeah, almost at that point as well. The next Drake coming up would be a very easy pickup for them, you'd think, having this Baron buff in their back pocket.
Another Ocean. So we'll be decreasing the time between those regens. But not like anyone on this team really needs it.
No. They'll be happy with it, that's for certain.
Health and mana, not too much of an issue. Right now, having Rod of Ages, Morel Anomicon.
It's pretty good, though, having 2 of them
Of course.
for Swiper. It's % of missing, I believe, not max.
There you go.
Swiper will expend most of his mana most of the time.
Cheeky ward from Hellions. Do spot all the movements from Chiefs throughout the jungle. Some nice lane wards available as well.
Their vision's there, but it's only temporary. Chiefs seem to be able to respond quite effectively as Spooks is letting his team kill the ward.
And he just tunneled over and it was still on cooldown. But he did have that scanner with the range on top.
Here's the pressure.
There is the Ghost. Tempered Fate not going to land, but Impaired gets stunned up by Soraka, and Radier once again caught out of position.
Yeah, Raider is completely out of position. Luna with a fantastic ultimate gives him no options.
Oh, Luna going through the wall. He gets hit by the Charm, and he's going to go down Impaired in the backline. Has the Guardian Angel available. Rise still up, still doing damage. Frey gets the kill onto Ejin, but Swiffer answers with his own onto Impaired Bomb. Gets the gold card locked in, but Swiper's still full health right now.
Meanwhile, Swiper.
Oh no, the Never Move lands. There's the Flash Charm, and the Orb of Deception on the way back gets it. Now Ryu doing what he can, but the bird is the word as Swiffer picks that one up.
And 4 kills from Swiffer, the executioner. When Swiper's the one putting them on their knees, setting them down, ready to be executed. Well done, honestly, from the Chiefs to win a 4v5. They're still pressuring forward.
Frey's feeling the pressure right now, has to get away from the bird. Doesn't want to get slowed, hit the Never Move. Doesn't connect in time. The inhibitor is going to go down as Swiper gets the last hit onto that one.
Yep.
Chiefs take their advantages and move off, and after all that, 9,000 gold in the lead. 7 towers to 2, 13 kills to 7, 2 Ocean Drakes and an Air. Chiefs feeling very, very confident right now.
Yeah, they've still got that. I think the Baron buff's about to time out for them, but they are still set up for success from here on. And it just goes to show, Raider 0-3-2 gets caught out a fair bit, honestly. Isn't playing the best League of Legends that we've seen from him. But Swiffer's 8-0-2. Like, the rest of the Chiefs, their top half of the map, still absolutely putting in work. And that's the importance of the bottom lane right now. Throw the arrow. Give Soraka heals. Just do your part to win the game, and you'll see it start to happen.
On the side of Hellions, it feels like role reverses right now. Frey sitting on 3-1-2, has the Lucian build fully completed, got himself that QSS should any of those Ashe ults be aimed his way. Bomb finished up his cooldown reduction.
Yeah,
still
also
stacking that roller.
The Ari Charm and everything. Like, the QSS is a necessity.
Yeah.
For Frey. Raider needs a little bit more than that. He needs a Banshee's Veil, probably.
Swiffer's still got that Baron buff, actually, as they're making their push onto this top lane. Mid lane minions are moving through now. There's a Tempered Fate.
Nope.
Misses everyone. Does hit the minions, buys them some time, but they're just going to go back in as Frey. The QSS coming in huge, but Rai's just going to get taken down. A few more attacks due to the shield, so there is the Hecarim on the backline, fearing 4 members, but it's not going to matter. He doesn't have the damage to finish it off as Swiper picks up that kill.
Swiper's not done, I don't think. That's going to be at least 2 inhibitors taken.
They're just taking everything in their sights right now. All your base are belong to Chiefs as they finish this one up. 27 minutes. Just going for star points right now, keeping Hellions in their base. The Charm hits, Ryu drops. The last Nexus tower falls, and the inhibitor, Nexus, shortly after.
Yeah, and Swiffer is legendary in terms of performance on this map right now. The Chiefs, they executed through their top lane as their power point this time around. They've shown versatility, and they've also managed to keep this series time under an hour. So that's stamping the foot down and closing the door on their opposition, saying that they are one of the best teams in this league by far.
Look, really showing dominance throughout the start of the series to the very end. Not once, maybe a little bit of shakiness from Radier, but all he needed to do was hit the arrow in the end, and that would spell victory for the Chiefs.
Yeah, right. Throw the arrow, actually engage the fight, and let your team carry. That's still his purpose. And whilst the Hecarim was going for him, he was a little bit out of position. It wasn't the best series from Raider. His team was still well and truly firing.
Yeah, it was great to see the Hecarim. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see as much as we would have liked. The fear in the backline was always good, but he just didn't have the damage to follow it up.
Yeah, well, he was building straight Cinderhulk Hecarim. Unfortunately, didn't have the time to scale.
All right, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down that series and tell us what they thought.
Thanks so much, Roki. And I think that what we're thinking here is very similar to your train of thought. So that was an absolutely one-sided affair put on by the Chiefs versus the Hellions. And this time, I don't even know if, like we said, maybe draft can go either way. Hellions got their best comp on paper, I'm going to say. I mean, Bomb's Twisted Fate, Ryu on Rise, something that he was like, that was a coveted pick for him. And even Impaired playing more of a carry-oriented jungle, they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, and we said this at the beginning that it didn't really matter what Hellions drafted. It's just that they're failing to execute on any sort of draft that hits the field, and we saw that again. This time around, though, the Chiefs didn't win as cleanly cleanly in terms of macro performance. It was more just mechanically brute forcing their opponent. It was really that big TP play bottom where the reactionary play came down, Swiper in particular on the big Swain pick coming up big.
Yeah, and one more time, potentially Radier, Ejim going a little bit more, like a little bit too much forward, a little bit overzealous, but this time the rest of the Chiefs players, like Ready, just dangling them like a little bit of bait, swooping for the rest of the kills, so able to clean it up. One thing that we were very, I guess, critical in backstage was the priority they put around this Rise pick and trying to gank the top lane for it, Bensel. It's just not going to work if you don't take Ignite into the matchup. It wasn't a really great tactic there.
Yeah, I don't really think it's possible to take Ignite into that matchup, but if no one's taking Ignite into the gank on Swain and it's only 2 people, then you shouldn't be ganking him. You should be playing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and you saw time and time again, that just meant the Swiper got bigger and bigger. There was a big bird flying around Summoner's Rift. And, the last person I want to go towards is kind of impaired because it looked like another game where he had the right idea. He chunks out bottom lane, repeats ganks, picks up a couple of kills. He's trying to snowball the right side of the map, but it looks like he's fighting an uphill battle for us against the rest of his team.
Exactly. I mean, just every other lane is losing. And like Rusty said on cast, the idea is that Hecarim is having a very expensive item build still. He didn't have time to snowball and time to ramp up. And as the lanes start collapsing, it just gives Spooks free roam to invade his jungle. And that's something that the Chiefs do very well, is when they have a lead, they're able to splinter that lead by invading and taking and contesting every single jungle camp.
All right, that's where I want to go. The Chiefs, they've won a set, I think it was 23, 27 minutes, somewhere around the 50-minute mark. So congratulations, Bensel. You had even 10 minutes to spare on your 60-minute prediction. What is it this team does so well? Like, where should teams be looking at it and being like, they do this well, but we think we can break this down?
Well, I think it shows that they have a lot more practice on all their compositions. I think being in the gaming house really helps with that, and I think they get to discuss all that so much more. And it really shows because as soon as they get to 10 to 12 minutes in the game, there's one plan, and they execute that plan really well.
And so what is the plan? Is it, is it the heavy macro style rotate around the map? Is it using Swiffer as that power pick and trying to take over games with the assassin mid laner? What do you think is like the key to the Chiefs' success?
Well, when I said one plan, I didn't mean one plan for every game. I mean one plan per game. So, I mean, it seems that they can play pretty much everything, and it's seamless how they transition from one comp to the other.
So you reckon it is their versatility that's able to get it done? Frost, I want to bring you in on this because, we've said that Swiffer, he's having a great series. It's the side lanes, the bookends we're looking for to maybe be exploitable. This series, it looked like one more time, maybe the bottom lane is still that weakness. Is it a weakness? Is it just the way the meta is? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do think that Radier is in the wrong place, wrong time. Again, if we go back to game 1, the fact that he was overextended and it gave, impaired. And when he was playing Rek'Sai, game 1 only had one play on the map, and he wouldn't have had that play if Radier had just backed into Fog of War instead of being so far forward. And yeah, it's like a small thing, but you should just tighten that up. I don't think the Chiefs are infallible. They look really good right now, but I think that teams actually, instead of trying to focus on beating them in the early game just because they're so good at it, is just sit back, wait. Late game, we see this time and time again. Like the Chiefs, they make mistakes, especially over kind of like big macro decisions sometimes. We've seen them take very long games in their previous series in the OPL so far. So just wait for one of those moments. Pick off Radier when he's out of position. Well,
one thing is sure, Hellions didn't actually execute on that game plan, so Chiefs are able to take this series 2-0. Guys, unfortunately, due to some delays, we're going to actually have to throw to a 20-minute break, but don't go anywhere, because in 20 minutes' time, the OPL will be back. Hey guys, welcome back to the OPL, where we're supposed to have Avantgarde taking on the Direwolves. However, unfortunately, due to an emergency substitute on the Direwolves' behalf, they have lost all 3 bans for game number 1 and weren't able to field a squad in time, so have subsequently forfeited the game. What that means coming on from here is that they have until 8:03 to be able to field a lineup. Otherwise, they will forfeit game 2. So we're going to go to another quick break for about 15 minutes. When we come back, hopefully we'll have Avantgarde taking on the Direwolves. Welcome back to the OPL, guys, where we're going to have Avantgarde taking on the Direwolves. However, Direwolves will start one game down during to a game one forfeit, so they will swap over to the blue side for game number one. I'm still Spawn, joined by Bensel and Frostgurn, just to go through some of the, logistics of what happened here. So, Direwolves made an emergency sub. They therefore lost all their bans, waited 5 minutes, and could not field a starting roster with Rippy as their top laner. Therefore, they forfeited game one. They then made an in-between game substitute, which is, as per the OPL rules, to bring Chippies back onto their starting lineup, and waited the 15 minutes, which is a loss of 3 bans, in which case he he was able to make the in-game lobby. So we're about to get into Champ Select in just some time with Chippies being the starting roster. So with that in mind, let's take a look at Direwolves' roster for this game, which will be game number 2. It will be Chippies in the top lane, Sybil, their jungler, Fantix, their perfect mid laner, Raze and Regret are their AD carry and bottom lane. And of course, they will be going up against Avant-Garde, who will start this game 1-up. It's going to be Triple D in the top lane as a substitute, Shelby, their jungler, Triple in the mid lane, Chenny Boy, their AD carry, and Jake, their support. And I want to break into this one because, you know, no bans, already lost a game, and Avant-Garde have been on a tear lately. This has got to be backs against the walls for the Direwolves.
Yeah, it's funny. If you'd asked me before the set, I would have said Direwolves 2-0 because I think they have the stronger roster. But with no bans and a loss down, I think that's really going to hurt them.
See, I'm actually on the other side. I don't think that these bans really matter at all. I still think that the Direwolves are going to lose and that they would have lost even with all of their bans and the starting roster anyway.
So what's the logic behind that? Come on. Everyone has hyped up this Wolfpack roster. I mean, you've got Chippies back on the lineup. It's arguably his patch. You got Perfection in the mid lane, Fantix. What is it about Avant-Garde that you like so much right now, Frost?
In all honesty, when you go pound for pound, I do agree that you're looking, especially at the bottom lane, Regret 9, Jakey nowhere near as good as Regret 9 in terms of performance. Cheney Boy is also an issue on the AD carry position. So you look at the bottom lane, it's weaker for Avant-Garde, but for whatever reason, Shelby and Triple are just so good right now. And yes, you have Fantix on the other side, but I don't think Sybil can put up the exact same performance that Shelby can unless he's on a very specific, very limited champion pool.
All right, let's actually bring up Triple because he's a player that a lot of people are excited about right now, and it seems like he's going through a couple of mid laners at the moment. I don't know why there's an X over Swiffer right now.
I'm pretty sure Swiffer won that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Swiffer destroyed that one, but he definitely took out Mr. Choo Choo's. He also had a very good performance against Rymeister when he played you guys as well. So this is a young mid laner, and you know, going up against Fantix, someone that's been a veteran of the OPL team. How do you rate Fantix versus Triple right now?
I think Triple is a really high-pressure mid laner. He really knows how to pressure his lane, roam around the map. He does it really well. But I think that Fantix just has too much lane control and will neutralize him really well. That's why I don't see it as such a big swing in the matchup.
Frost, you're shaking your head.
Fantix does not have a good... Like, here's the weird thing. Obviously newer to the OPL than some of the other guys who have been around since the beginning for it. And they keep telling me, like, Fantix is amazing. You have to go back. He's always been... Like, yes, Fantix is very good. I think that his mechanics are great. But I just am not seeing what everyone else is seeing. And I'm just kind of waiting for Fantix to step up and prove himself of why people speak so highly of him. Yes, he deserves to be in that elite group of the OPL mid laners. But I think that Triple is as good, if not better.
All right, cool. So if we think that Triple might be better than Fantix, might not, that one can go back and forward. One lane I do think is going to be a little bit of a wash is the top lane. Want to have a look at Chippies, because if there is a patch that is going to be Chippies' patch, it has to be this one. I mean, he's playing a Jax, he's playing Aurelia, he's playing Trundle, all pretty much carry top laners. This is someone that you should be very familiar with, Bensel. Going up against DDD in the top lane substitute, Chippies should be able to carry this game if he can step up for the Direwolves.
Yeah, I think he was the big reason that I was going to say that this was a 2-0 for Direwolves. I really feel like this is his meta, and if he gets one of these champions, then he's just going to go off, and especially against AV, who have just been playing with a different top laner every week, I don't think they're going to be able to handle it.
But that's the thing. It's the fact that they don't have a top laner, and they still beat Legacy. Like, they've been going through substitutions. They have Chenny Boy and Jake as their bottom.
Legacy didn't have a top laner that week either. They're playing with a substitute. Tally is injured.
That's why it's also the other side. The fact that they have a substitute in the top laner, they have a bot lane which isn't performing or is part of the bottom tier of bot lanes in the OPL, and they're still managing to win games. Like, it sounds so weird to go all in on Shelby and Triple, but they're actually that good of a duo, and they're very important in the meta. And the fact that Avant just took down Legacy, now looking across on the Direwolves, I'm like, I still think Legacy are much stronger than the Direwolves.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying that you have to compare oranges with oranges, Frostgurun, and they actually played with a substitute. So Direwolves right now not playing with a sub, playing with a lot of lost bans, a lot of lost time, so they might be a little bit emotionally rattled, but they technically have their full starting five. What do we know about Triple D, DDD, in the top lane? Have you scrimmed against him? Like, without going into results of scrims, like, what, is he a solo queue player? Do you know his champion pool for a Spencil?
Yeah, he's a solo queue player. From what I know, he has a very solo QS champion pool that goes with it, so he's been trying to play meta stuff as far as I know, but there's only so much you can do in a week.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, there's a lot of communication issues that this team has to be able to iron out, now bringing in another person. I guess the fact that they are all solo queue players that they have brought into Avant have to help out. I mean, RSI Paradise, who is serving a suspension right now, is also of a similar mindset. So hopefully that doesn't rattle the team too much, and we'll see whether they can play towards their mid and AD carry. I guess one area I do want to look at for the Direwolves is their bottom lane, because you briefly touched on it for us, but Raze Regret, this is a bottom lane that we have hyped up. Raze kind of stepping into the shoes of King as being as a new, young, aggressive AD carry. Regret adding a little bit more level-headedness to that bottom lane. What have you made of their success so far, Bensel, in regards to how this bottom lane has come together?
They're playing really well. But the thing about it in this matchup is I don't even see them needing to stomp AV's bot lane. I just feel like either Chelby goes off, or if Chelby doesn't go off, then I think Direwolves have too many pressure points across the map, if not for Chelby.
All right, cool. So I'm going to do it anyway. Direwolves, they're down a game. They have no bans. Frost, coming to you. Is this just a 2-0 to Avant, pack it up early, send us home? Or do you think the Direwolves bite back?
I have that much faith in Chelby and how he's playing right now, and especially in tandem with Triple. I think Cheney, they've recognized, just put him on a utility AD carry, put him on the Sivir, put him on the Ashe, and have him do his job. He doesn't need to step up and be a carry, because again, yes, Regret and Raze are better than Cheney and Jicky pound for pound, but it's not an AD carry or bot lane focus meta. Radier knows that best.
All right, so very heavily in favor of Avant-Garde. Benzel, coming to you. Do you think Direwolves can peg it back? Is this going to be a 2-0?
I think AV are a smart team. And I think with Direwolves having no bans, I think that is really going to hurt them a lot. I think we're going to see this draft go pretty badly for them.
All right.
I'm just waiting for it.
Well, we'll see whether that is the case, guys. The players are finally ready to get onto Summoner's Rift, so I don't want to hold you here any longer. Here is Rogi and Rusty to take us into what is game 2, technically, of Avant-Garde versus Direwolves.
Thank you so much, Spawn. We are finally here, jumping into game number 2 after an unfortunate set of events. But Direwolves, they're down a game, lost all their bans, and versing Avant, who are fresh off a win against Legacy. The odds are well and truly not in their favor tonight, Rusty.
No, and I do quickly want to speak towards the desk's predictions as well. And whilst they say that there might be complete belief in Chelby, I don't believe the same thing.
Okay.
But I believe in Triple 100%. So AV is still absolutely looking strong. And it comes down to that mid lane matchup. Who gets the power pick? And there's no bans from Direwolves, so they might both just get power picks. I'm very curious to see how AV actually respond to this one now and what DDD can even bring to the table.
That's exactly right. Whilst 3 is a very small number in the overall champion pool in League of Legends, but 3 characters that are usually banned away, slipping through the cracks. That's
Rise.
it. Yep. You've got a death squad right there, Rusty.
Yeah, it's a big death ball, and most of those are usually banned. So we'll see, honestly, if AV look to prioritize the Vladimir, I would have to say, simply because Direwolves are first pick.
Sure.
And the real goal here is either target ban or take away the stronger first pick option so that your first rotation on red side gets 2 of the best.
We can see that Swain already taken away, so they understand that they don't want to give Direwolves that first pick here. And with so many with 3 champions not getting banned away here, Direwolves have the potential to really pick themselves up something very impactful.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse all the same, right? Remembering that AV are actually starting this one 1-0 up. It could play to the mentality of the Direwolves moving into this drafting phase and even the early stages of the first game. Once you're on a Rift, usually everything evens out nicely.
Feeling very rattled, I'm sure this Direwolves squad is after the turnover events. But so it's far 2 for 2, Rusty, Swain and Rise out of the pick so far. We're just waiting on Vlad to complete that holy mage trinity right now.
Yeah, they're teasing me. Fantix has played Vladimir and played it very well, so they should just remove that one from the table. I would imagine a no hesitation ban. And because they went Swain and Rise as their first 2, it is the only major outlier that is left standing in those initial 3 predictions.
It's a great point in that regard. What do Direwolves actually value as first pick here then?
Getting rid of the 3 mages means that perhaps something like the Azir taken away from Triple could be something they look towards. Of course, AV, no surprises.
Yep.
There are also jungle options in Rek'Sai in particular. And Chippies has a very strong Aurelia and Jax, but I don't know if they want to early rotate those. And perhaps the Braum away from Jakey in the support role. And Ashe from Cheney. I think there are plenty of options here for both of these teams, but as a first pick, I'd consider taking away that Azir.
Azir is a very strong champion. We've seen Triple play him very, very well in the past, so wouldn't be surprised to see them deny that away, as they did lose out their ban. So it's really denying a champion the only way they can, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. They should be. But of course, Chippies has a lot of things in his back pocket, may have knowledge of what DDD does play.
Well, sure, Chippies, despite having an affinity towards the Jackson Aurelia, goes for the safe pick of that Trundle. Direwolves locking that one in right away.
And the potential flex that comes out of a Trundle is noteworthy. And I don't think that early rotating when it's Fantix on your team, your mid laner, makes too much sense for the side of Direwolves. Based off how their last series went against Sin, I didn't have the greatest time on Summoner's Rift getting Fantix camped to high heavens.
And we see Avant locking themselves in that Rek'Sai and Ezreal. Very popular first 2 picks here. Great champion. Ezreal just rising back up in that popularity now. Rek'Sai,
Yeah.
one of the staple junglers. Has such an amazing kit, unique gank paths. Tremor sense.
Does
She's
it
got
all.
She's
Honestly,
got it all.
honestly does everything, yeah. So high early damage, high gank pressure. It doesn't really matter. Rek'Sai covers all of those. The Ezreal, as a first rotation, though, from AV, seems like it's less of a strategy denial type of pick than anything else. Like,
Sure.
they just don't want to show the rest of their hand. I feel like Chenny, knowing that he could play his Ashe that was banned from them, would have potentially worked out. It says to me that a lot of the emphasis is on denying perhaps the Ezreal from Raze.
Sure.
And it is one of the answers in terms of drafting to Lucian. So
Potentially see some Graves here, which is haven't seen Graves in quite some time, and it does actually get locked in for the Direwolves.
yeah, so they're locked in their their second rotation rather of drafting, and Sybil has been playing a fair bit of Graves recently.
Sure.
Not too surprising to see him lock that one in. It does do plenty of damage. It farm heavy as well, I'd say. The ganks aren't as potent as that of a Rek'Sai, but as the game progresses and as the Graves starts to outscale perhaps the Rek'Sai for damage, Direwolves could find themselves sitting pretty. But it does say to me that by locking in the Karma, locking in the Graves, Chippy's kind of has to be there in every single team fight that happens, unless Fantix decides that he wants to play a tank.
That's exactly right. That Karma, such a facilitator, basically has an improved Sivir ult, allowing everyone to just get in the fight whilst also having the shield on top of them. But Avant, they still have such a wide variety of champions available to them, and they're going to go with the safe pick Azir.
Yeah, locking in that Azir. We even said Direwolves perhaps wanted to first pick something. But they don't look for the Azir. And Triple gets it.
Jake's played a ton of Nami, so no surprise to see him going back to what's tried and true.
Yep, so it's Nami Ezreal bottom lane. There's a fair bit of damage that comes out of the poke from those two. There's also a lot of sustain between them. And they shouldn't actually ever get pushed out. And Ashe Karma, if they were to lock the Ashe in, is a lot of wave clear and lane control. But that could be all they really get from it, as AV are quite safe at the moment.
We saw all the strength that Ashe Karma does have earlier on in the night with Chiefs running that. Looks like this could potentially be a Twisted Fate in the mid lane for Fantix.
Could be a Fizz, could be a Kassadin.
There's a lot of things he's got. He played Kassadin last week, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's had Fizz banned from him all of last week also. I mean, Fantix, again, one of the more experienced members in the Oceanic scene, up against a young and thriving mid laner in Triple. Still has what it takes to give it to the best mid laners in the OPL and the server, honestly. Fantix is still quite impressive, but yet to really arrive and give it his all.
It looks like we will be seeing that Twisted Fate and the Ashe both being locked in, rounding out the composition for Direwolves. So now Avant just have their top laner left, and they've got their sights set on the Echo, but Echo's kind of fallen off recently, giving rise to that Aurelia and Jax.
Fallen off a little bit, but also knowing that it's a Trundle that he's going to be against means it may not fall off as heavily. There's still plenty of options. DDD is basically the same as every other AV top laner that they have had so far. And he plays carries.
Oh, there you go. There's not a top laner around that can carry quite as well as the Grand Duelist herself. So DDD going to be locking himself up, that Fiora up against Chippy's Trundle.
Yeah, so Trundle Fiora top lane, one of the old school potentially matchups. I'm thinking like Worlds 2015. That's not really old school. Either way, the Fiora gets levels, and when you hit level 6, you can just outright ult the Trundle. Level 11, you can do it as well, and just try and bully, out-sustain, and outscale what a Trundle provides. In terms of split pushing, they're reasonably matched also. And I mean, AV's potentially biggest weakness is going to be their ability to get around the map and actually team fight, where the pick from Direwolves is unreal.
I'm glad to see Triple recognizing the CC on this side of Direwolves, picks himself up that cleanse. Going to provide a world of difference should the Ashe ult come from off screen into a gold card. Could be scary.
It's one of the things that tilts me the most, honestly.
Yeah.
Seeing mid laners against an Ashe and a Twisted Fate, and they go for Ghost instead of Cleanse or something. It's just
You
grinds
can't
my gears.
You can't outrun the gold card.
No.
It's gonna come down whether you like it enough. If you're running far enough, he'll just ult on top of you, get it regardless, right?
And death turns you into a ghost anyway, right? You don't necessarily need the summoner spell.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But looking forward to seeing how this game winds down. Unfortunately, of course, Direwolves, they are already down 0-1, backs against the wall, potentially feeling rattled. But of course, as Frost mentioned on the desk, they actually have their full lineup now.
Yeah, absolutely. So having the full lineup back could help a little bit, to say the least. The Direwolves are... They're a resilient side. I guess they're known for coming back from 0-1 deficits, and this, I guess, is no exception to that rule.
Yeah, unfortunately, guys, we do have a slight pause, which will explain why we aren't going straight into the game. So another unfortunate series of events in tonight's games.
Yeah, unfortunately. So, of course, AV not going to be too rattled about it themselves. Sure. It's still an important match for them, and we do have to talk towards that because AV are absolutely stamping the foot now in the OPL themselves, taking it to 3 games against the Chiefs, beating Legacy. Direwolves feels like the natural third team in that transition of working their way through the big names of the OPL League.
A lot of people saying they've cemented themselves as the top 3, one of the top 3 at the moment after taking out Legacy. But of course, Direwolves currently hold that number 3 spot while Avant, they are down on 5th. So like you said, this will kind of silence the haters and once and for all really assert that position.
Yeah, perhaps it may. Of course, we're yet to see the outcome of this series, but if AV can do it, I think it at the very least does secure them the 3rd position in the rankings, and it has been alluded towards, but we keep saying it that like they're against Direwolves. Direwolves are an experienced roster, and absolutely you should expect that coming up against them, Direwolves can bite back quite hard.
Well, they both have very strong team compositions as well, so they both have that desire to get to rank 1. Of course, which team doesn't really? And it must suck feeling everyone saying, Ivana top 3, Ivana top 3, and they're sitting there in number 3 thinking, but guys, we're in number 3 right now. Come on, none of that.
Direwolves are notorious for being the semi-final team.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that's always plagued them and kind of cursed them throughout this OPL history that they've now had. They make it to the finals. They beat Legacy one time and then lost in the final, and then it was semi-final defeat, always marred by their performances. So it's unfortunate, but now they've got a big opportunity, and we've said this. They've got a star-studded roster. And really, on paper, should be doing better than they currently are.
And there's nothing better than when your star-studded rosters meta just falls into place. Chippy's, he's got that kind of pick of champions. No carry top laner likes to have to play the Maokai, the Echo. Even though Echo did do quite well, but it always feels good to go back on that Aurelia and Jax where you can really just show off your skills.
It was the same thing as the old Tallywhacker problem where he played a lot of carries. They transitioned the meta to tanks, and he just didn't really want to do it. But Echo was this really cool middle ground between I can be a carry whilst being a tank and still have a lot of relevance. And it was essentially what almost got Legacy over the line against the Chiefs. This time around, and whenever Tally returns, Chippy's in particular, which is the point that we're making here, is well and truly in this meta. Loves Aurelia, loves Jax, can hard carry with it. We've seen performances from him where Direwolves have lost the game, but he still looked like he was a fantastic top laner and potentially outlaned his opponent. So I feel like this particular series up against what is an unknown name in DDD could cause a lot of problems, honestly, for Direwolves.
He's on the Trundle, and a lot of people have difficulty really dealing with the Trundle once he gets those 2 core items. It's just such a split push menace, and maybe Fiora might be the answer here, but if she gets behind, she's going to stay behind.
Yeah, Fiora's similar to tanks, really, in that vein of thought, where if you get Fiora behind, she generally stays there. Same thing goes with tanks due to the itemization of having to be a tank. Whereas if she gets ahead, which is always possible against this Trundle in a 1v1 matchup, she pretty much just runs away with the entire game. But to be fair, if she's behind, that means Trundle's ahead.
Yeah,
Trundle does the exact same thing.
It's going to be very, very difficult for them to deal with. Luckily, they both do go into that Tiamat build, so it wouldn't be too hard for her to deal with it in the late game when those minions start piling up and Trundle's off doing his own thing, getting sped up by Karma.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's definitely merit in that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we are going to throw it back to the desk one last time.
Don't jig yourself, Rogu. We could be here for a while. Hey guys, I'm still Sport, joined by Pencil and Proskiri down the end of the desk. And we're here to just fill you in. Unfortunately, the top laner for Avantgarde, their new substitute, DDD, is saying there is something wrong with one of his summoner spells. So whilst we investigate that and determine whether there needs to be any further action, you're just going to chill with us on the desk. And, you know, we've seen the pick ban once. We don't know whether that's going to be a game of record or whether we get a new pick ban. But I don't know if I would ever get to say this. So I'm glad. With 3 bans lost, on red side of Summoner's Rift, where you get 2 power points, I actually think that Avantgarde just lost champion select Pencil. That is a rare feat.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed to do it. I think it all comes from, once again, early rotating that Ezreal when Ashe and Sivir are up. I still don't really understand it. Like, I mean, there are so many AD carries available. I don't see why you think that champion is so powerful.
And you know, there have been some changes to Trinity Force, so players do see Ezreal as a little bit more of a late game scaling option, but it just limits you so much to what you can actually play. Frost, want to bring you in on this. You know, they burn out the three like very, very strong mid laners in the Ryze and the Vlad and the Swain, but from there, just looks like they fumble a little bit because they don't really take away anything of priority that Direwolves would want to have picked up on the blue side of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, Fantic's got the Twisted Fate is probably like the big stick out for me. So he's fine in terms of that mid lane. You got the Ashe, you have the Karma. Like I think Bensel said it best. The priority on the Ezreal, if you're going to take second rotation priority, just pick Karma and Rek'Sai. Like, there's no need to reveal your hand so early. I understand that Cheney Boy probably comfortable on Ezreal. He used to be a mid laner. Ezreal did have a stint as a mid champion, so maybe...
Reaching, that's what we call that one in the professional business.
I'm trying.
But when you have a look down the roster of the Direwolves, there are a lot of things in there that you consider banning against them. I mean, Trundle is a very good late game split pushing. You know they want to play 1-4. The fact that, you know, they've got Twisted Fate, which is very, very good, especially in the hands of Fantix, is also a plus. Sure, there are things on Avant-Garde's lineup like the... Azir and the Fiora that you don't want to play against this team either, but that just seems a little bit bizarre. I want to speak about mentality now going into the game. I mean, you're a coach. What are you doing right now to try and keep, like, if you're Avant-Garde especially, like, you've had to wait 40 minutes to get onto Summoner's Rift. Now there's a potential remake looming in the distance. Like, what are you going through with your players right now? How are you trying to keep them focused?
Well, coaches aren't allowed in the TeamSpeak at that time, so... but if you're talking about in, like, a scrim situation... then, yeah, I mean, you just want to say, you know, like, everyone relax for now. You know, try not to think about it too much. Just whatever the game plan was, just keep it the same. Don't let anything spoil that for now.
All right, cool. So Direwolves and Avant just both trying to stay level-headed. However, guys, we have heard that the issue has been resolved. So here it is, back to our casters to get us into game.
Welcome back, guys. Hopefully we'll be jumping back into the game very soon.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I would imagine, as I said,
such
the issue
an
was
epic
resolved.
series. I was looking forward to these games all night.
Yeah,
so
and it's going to be good whenever we do get onto Summoner's Rift.
Hey, there we go. Jumping into Summoner's Rift. Direwolves versus Avant, of course. Avant are up 1-0 already, but Direwolves looking to bite back and really, basically the reverse all-kill. It doesn't get much reverse than this.
Yeah, well, they have to essentially reverse sweep from a game that they didn't lose in the first place, that they unfortunately started on the wrong foot here. And of course, as we move into what is our second game, but also our first game between these teams, a lot of discovery is yet to actually be found. Direwolves and AV not actually scoping out each other's strategies. So this is potentially a best of one.
We see both top laners here actually going for the further for battle. So Trundles, some Trundles do like to go this over grasp of the Undying recently due to its health regen nerfs.
Yeah, and there's a lot of combat stats that the fervor provides, and if your lane opponent is actually going fervor as well, you'll match it. Trundle, of course, having an auto-attack reset.
Cool.
Does get stacks up at least reasonably quickly. And Chippy's, he's a pretty big carry, rocking a rad skin.
The Mad Max-esque skin here, just finding whatever fits at the time, chucking it on, got the exhaust of a car as a weapon, but still looking quite good doing it. That's it, right? Who needs a real weapon? Just pick up whatever's close by, but should be seeing standard starting stuff out of both these teams. No Chiefs shenanigans standing in the brush at level 1.
No, both prioritizing a bit of extra experience and noting, as the desk actually said, that AV are kind of drafting themselves into a hole by early rotating that Ezreal. You'd want to hope that at least the bottom lane shows up and doesn't get cheesed.
See Triple just poking away on that Azir.
He's done well here, Triple, actually. The rule of thumb for Azir early is that you just hard push it in. Didn't quite get to the turrets, so Fantix was able to hold, but now he's level 2. Watch the poke.
Level 2, should be able to get Shish Kebab down. Not going to hit it right away. Fantix does answer with a gold card, but look how aggressive Triple's positioning right now.
Yeah, aggressive, but he also misplayed, because you just throw the Q out, you would have at least procced Thunderlord, which I'm assuming he has.
He does.
Usual stuff. Either way, laning phase, you're right. He's at least stancing quite forward.
And both the junglers still off clearing their camps. As we head to the top lane for a little bit. Fiora trying to hit those vitals, gets one. Other one does spawn on the backside. But these two really want to fight here, and DDD might be in trouble. Forces the flash. Chippies, one more chomp should do it. There it is. First blood to Chippies.
DDD decides that he can fight the Trundle in a situation where I think You and I and everybody else at home watched that and said he can't do that. But he tried. And it's unfortunate stuff because he 100% goes down for it. And an easy first blood for Chippy's, the star top laner.
Yeah, got to be feeling good, especially after all things considered. So Fantix just threatening him with blue cards at this stage, Triple. Keeping at bay, knows that Graves should be getting his red buff pretty soon. One gold card into a red buff forces Triple's cleanse and flash probably.
And still, laning right now, Triple, quite well. You have to respect that if you're the Twisted Fate, and I do like that he's gone towards the teleport. Azir always has quite potent laning. He does need to be careful, so now that he can get back to lane, even after he loses trades. Big fan of what Fantix has set up for the team so far.
DDD forced to use that teleport early to get back up to lane, only purchasing himself a refillable potion.
Yeah.
Don't know why I blanked on that one, and a rejuvenation bead on top of that.
That's a sign of a Fiora that doesn't want to lose lane any harder than he already has.
Bubble goes down onto Regret. Q misses from Chenny Boy, and Raze is just sitting there. Gets his Q procced, and a lot of damage. Forces the exhaust actually out of Jake, and now Jake might be in trouble. The heal comes out from Chenny Boy. Very good trade for this Direwolves bot lane.
And without being too harsh on AV, Direwolves played it well. I don't really want to discuss what just happened with AV there.
Sure.
That's happened on more than one occasion now in more than one lane. Honestly, just questionable across the board right now. The performance is lacking, and Direwolves are picking up on that.
It's going to be on the back of Chelby and Triple to start the snowball rolling, get themselves in control.
That's the thing it always has been on Triple and Shelby. So whilst their performances are lacking, we've seen games where Chenny Boy has been 0-4 but just played Ashe and hit the arrow, and the game was over. Triple is on one of his best champions that we've seen him perform on in the Oceanic Pro Leagues, and Shelby's on Rek'Sai, and she is just unbelievably powerful at the moment. So always going to be in with an opportunity. The farm is still there, but so far not so good.
Raze still has summoners available, but Chenny Boy going in very aggressively. You've got to remember that Ashe still has the heal, and there's the Ignite. Regret 9 picks that one, but Jakey actually answered with the Flash W.
Yeah, Jakey answers, and Chenny definitely did not consider that the heal was still available for Raze. Raze actually still had Flash, as did Regret, so the summoners are in their advantage whenever he respawns, and all that remains are the supports to farm with one another.
Both having a difficult time at that, probably bound to get more gold off the Frost Queen's procs than anything else.
That was close to disaster once again for AV. Jakey, I think, has 2 levels in his W. Did enough damage to actually lock that one down, but only barely.
Well, Chenny Boy is going to be feeling the pain when he gets back to lane, currently sitting on a Cult and a Tear versus Raze BF sword. It's not going to... He's going to be feeling the volleys in full force.
Yeah. He's not exactly in the best position, but that's also just the price you pay being an Ezreal and an Ashe lane. And the opting towards BF sword opposed to the Caulfield's Hammer for cooldown reduction as well is very much a stylistic thing. It means he'll be doing a lot more auto attack damage. Doesn't need the cooldown reduction, valued as highly. And so if they're ever in a situation where an Ezreal with a Tear is actually auto attacking against an Ashe with a BF sword, you'd want to hope that his body's ready for what's coming.
DDD could just not stay in this lane anymore, but in the bot, Jake might be caught out with no flash. Shelby's there to protect him, but it might not be enough as collateral damage. Picks up that one, another kill for Direwolf.
Caught napping inside their own jungle. AV, no. They weren't getting out of that situation healthy or happy.
Speaking of getting out of a situation, he's forced to Q from the pillar. Chippy's having none of this lane, just causing DDD to constantly have to check himself.
Yeah, and we're 7 minutes into this one, and it feels like Direwolves are just in absolute control. Chelby, bit slower on the jungle, didn't get level 6 where Sybil did, and that ultimate was the kill onto Jakey. The summoner spell is being burned from early laning phase and fighting, ultimately becoming the undoing.
Fantix level 7 now has that ultimate available, should he choose to use it. But all of his lanes are doing very well right now, so really just has to try and keep Triple in check.
And it's funny that we've just come back to this situation of can Triple and Shelby actually get them over the line? Because right now, they are set up to fail.
The Avant recipe holding true tonight, it seems. But they still have that kind of one-game safety net available to them.
Well, we also don't know if it's holding true yet either. We're yet to see Triple and Shelby actually show up on Summoner's Rift. as their other laners on the outsides of them have been imploding around them.
Regrets level 5 goes in, gets the snare down
Raze
onto
is
Jake.
6.
Raze is 6, not going to use the ulti just yet, but now Fantix might be in a little bit of trouble, gets caught out, but Shelby on the wrong side of the wall. The flash comes through, the flash from Shelby, the gold card comes down, but Triple secures that one with a flash of his own. Now Sybil feels the poke.
And there they are, the dynamic duo got themselves the first kill using vision in their advantage. And find Fantix, who also burnt his flash whilst going down for that. Sybil not able to be there in time. Nor would he provide crowd control in the way of helping them out. So the score is 3-2. But the control is definitely still with Direwolves in these side lanes, whilst the middle lane now has a blue buff and a lot of power.
Direwolves do hold the gold advantage right now, as it is only slight, 1,000 at the moment. They have that 1 kill advantage, and they got the dragon of the original kill onto Jake, who's still sitting on level 5 down in that bot lane, so his disengage is a little bit off, but Chippy's level 8 just controlling this lane impeccably. DDD cannot even get close enough for a minion.
A refillable pot and a rejuve bead is not going to be enough to actually have you any kind of laning phase against a straight-up pickaxe from Chippies. There's just no situation where you'd favor a fight.
He might be in trouble here, just getting chunked down. Those stacks coming up. The Grand Duel has been procced, but still on that. DDD getting chunked out. The flash comes through, gets one more Grand Challenge proc, gives him that health and movement speed to get out, but he'll lose all these minions. Teleport available.
And funnily enough, Chippy's wasted his flash to look for the kill there, got really greedy, and he would have been able to still successfully 1v1. DDD gets himself to the Tiamat.
Direwolves looking like they really want to contest this blue buff, or at least force Shelby to smite it away, but Triple actually secures that one.
Now the confidence play from AV, Triple actually locking that one down.
Yeah.
Shows that he really wanted it, and that he prioritized getting it. And he does.
Just sitting on a Stinger and an Amp Tome right now, so still a bit off that Nash's Tooth that really starts the ball rolling for the Azir. Haven't seen Fantix look to make any plays just yet, but this team are doing that already. So, as mentioned earlier, just got to make sure that Triple doesn't get too far ahead. And there's Chelby once again off in the wings, doing all the camps closest to his mid lane.
Damage control everywhere.
Yeah.
Such is the name of the game. Chelby looking to get his lane that is ahead further ahead, though, based off his stancing. The rest of the lanes are just, don't die, don't die, don't die. Twisted Fate can get between these lanes, even if he's losing mid. And that's when one of the potential early problems does start to arise.
Yep. Speaking of early problems, there is none standing out more to me than this top lane, where Chippy's is just getting further and further ahead. And when that's where your superstar is, and he's doing this well, Direwolves, future's looking bright for them so far.
Yeah, it's just more about getting from the present to the future. And as it stands, I think Drake is probably the only present fight that they actually have available to them.
Yep. Now Drake spawning in about 2 minutes. Just a few wards down to the side of Avant. They've got one just around the Raptor camp, but crab control is in favor of Direwolves.
Fantix is opting towards the Abyssal Scepter route opposed to the Rod of Ages, which is one of the staple Twisted Fate items, but you can alternate between. I think going for the early Abyssal Scepter is a good way to keep yourself at least healthy in this lane, but you're more susceptible to physical damage.
Oh no, he gets just destroyed and he comes back into the lane. Who was waiting on the wings? It's Shelby. But look how low Triple got taken just by Fantix.
Yeah, a bit of the tower, a bit of the minions helping Fantix out, and yeah, big power spike for the Abyssal Scepter actually helps Fantix out. His survivability was noteworthy, but it doesn't save you from Shelby, which, as we mentioned, physical damage can be a pain in the bum.
Yep.
And very well executed and timed, knowing that he was going to teleport in to get the Zeersec.
Of course, on the back end of that Direwolves, they were able to secure themselves that Rift Herald in the side of Chippy, so just giving him more and more resources to excel right now, and he's doing just that currently. 20 or so CS above DDD in that top lane. Down in the bot. It's kind of been equalized here, Chenny. He is.
You don't want that fight.
Oh no, DDD, you're in a bit of trouble here. The pillar does not connect, but it might not matter. There is the proc coming from that Rift Herald, followed by the ultimate.
And with Flash available, DDD decides that he's going to riposte the damage on the assumption that I guess it was going to be a chomp, whereas the ultimate last hits him. I am slightly confused watching this game unfold in front of us. Nonetheless, Chippies is being quite impressive.
We see the Rek'Sai here, Chelby picking himself up that early sight stone instead of the green smite, so wants to secure the vision around the map, and it seems to be only Rek'Sais who go for that early sight stone.
Yeah, well, Cinderhulk junglers, generally speaking, can look to go for it. I think Rek'Sai's the only prevalent Cinderhulk jungler at the moment. So
Makes
yeah,
sense.
does make sense, especially as a champion that doesn't usually have vision. As you just use tremor sensors, you may want wards.
Well, Chippy's off the back of that second kill, second solo kill actually. Gets the tower with the help of the Rift Herald, and now Direwolves look for the dragon here. There is a ward spotting them out, so Avant know about this, but is there anything they can realistically do to stop it?
And the ward's about to be cleared.
There it is.
No, there is nothing that they can do to stop this. Chippies has teleport. He is far too big.
2 levels ahead.
Summoner's Rift at this point in the game. I mean, Chippies is not just the win condition of Direwolves, but he is set up to be the win condition.
Yeah, they're giving him every resource he needs to carry. Now he's also got a Mountain Drake to his name, so split pushing wasn't hard enough to deal with.
I don't even
for DDD.
Like, I don't even mean like that. They have
Sure.
an Ash to throw arrows
Oh,
out
wow.
and like protect the rest of the lane. The Twisted Fate to cause 1-3-1 or split push, even to look at Chippy's lane and kill DDD with him. I think even in terms of draft, they've been set up for this. Whereas the side of AV, and to nobody's surprise, they're looking to get triple ahead.
Chippy's born into greatness, it seems, in this game. Well, 4 members of Direwolves actually positioning very aggressively around this bot lane. The ultimate does go wide. Jake flashes it in the nick of time, but it's going to be a free tower.
He does indeed flash it, almost juked it without, but the precautionary flash is enough to get him out safely. And Direwolf still accelerating the pace of this game through turrets taken. Now looking to bleed out is the side of AV through objectives, including blue buffs.
Chippy still has his teleport available, so once he's done causing shenanigans in the bot lane, should he choose, can teleport straight back up to that top lane, but might just go for the leisurely walk back up there while Fantix dealing with that mid lane tower that actually Triple took out.
Yep.
So traded mid lane for bot lane.
Funnily enough, that was a 1v1 type of trade in the middle lane, thanks to the repeated ganks from Shelby camping him. They find themselves in a situation where they're losing Drakes, but they're trading with gold, and they're slowing the bleeding, which is good to say for an AV fan. Doesn't mean it's going to be everything for them, however, because they've just got the ever-present problem of the top side.
Despite equalizing those turrets, Direwolves find themselves another 1,000 gold ahead. It's going to be up to Avant to really, like you said, stop the bleeding here, because Chippy's right now is causing wound by wound every single time he appears anywhere on the map.
He's just so far ahead. Everything that AV want could be undone by the Trundle. Big old troll in the top lane. We're still yet to see Fantix use his ultimate. It could look towards that top lane at any time, honestly, and use it, but I feel like the way that mid's going, Triple is putting in work on him right now, and it could actually mean that you try and use it, you could lose more than what your ultimate provides, or they could counter gank you. And as a 0-2 Twisted Fate, you don't really want the Azir to come to that top lane and help out. You're better off winning the 1v1 and not making it a 2v2.
Yeah, Triple sitting on 30 CS advantage over his lane opponent. Fantix got himself that needlessly large rod on top of the Nash's Tooth, and Sybil, look at that aggressive position. Shelby spots him out. Triple is nearby. The bot lane can respond earlier from Direwolf, so Sybil gets out.
Yep. So AV actually had Triple rotating nearby, and whilst Fantix could get there again, don't give opportunities to the mid laner of AV to have any gold in his back pocket. Work on where he isn't.
No, Raze might be in trouble. The flash knock up, and there's the teleport coming in. Who's it going to be? It's Chippy's Shelby in a world of hurt. The tidal wave does buy them enough time. DDD comes in as well. The members of Direwolves are low. They're forced to back away, but Fantix in the mid. Triple should just get one more attack to do it. There it is. But now he's forced to retreat.
No, Triple's still looking strong.
Oh no, Chippies has to flash over. That's 2 flashes expended on the side of Direwolf. So good aggression coming out of Avant, starting a fight, getting the TF.
Yep, and the teleport was a little bit late from the Fiora, but all things considered, they hold the fort in that bottom lane, and that is what they're designed to do. Nami disengage, Ezreal can use his E whilst Ash arrowed, because Ezreal can. One of the few champions besides Tristana that can make that work. And meanwhile, whilst they are fighting in the bottom lane, Fantix is looking aggressively postured to do something himself. Gets the solo kill.
Sybil trying to come over that wall in time to stop down Triple, but he just Shurima shuffles the heck out of there, and now Direwolf sending Regret and Raze into that mid lane. That mid lane tower, the last out of it stands.
He does have to recall right now, which means the next wave could mean damage onto that turret, so I like that Jakey is here, however Chenny Boy is not. And this is where another opportunity presents itself for Direwolf. Do we lane swap? Do we 1-3-1? Are you going to kill the ward, Sybil? There we go. All the questions being answered.
3 ranged champions here. Going to start dealing damage down onto that tower. Sybil takes a bit of poke, is able to quick draw out of the majority of it.
And once that Rylai's is done for the Azir, he is going to be a monster running around. Rampant, honestly.
Shelby might be in a bit of trouble here. Does have the tunnel available. Tunnel's under the pillar, but it gets stopped. Oh no! He's got to get out of this one. Chippy just needs one auto, and it's going to proc one more time. When he's solo, there's the collateral damage, finishing him off. And DDD can only watch as Fantix teleports to the top lane.
I feel like he tunneled after the pillar actually happened, and it still somehow blocked him. But either way, they got themselves the kill onto the jungler of AV. Doesn't matter how they got it, they definitely still did. And they look towards map plays. The red buff is only the consolation, unfortunately. But Chippies gets it.
Oh, when Chippies gets those Rift Herald procs, it just spells disaster. So what we were waiting for onto Chelby is he gets deleted. Now 5 members of Direwolves all poised and ready around this mid lane tower. But as long as Triple's there, I don't know how good their odds are.
But he does not have Cleanse right now. So realistically, with the Ash Arrow available, they can look to force. This will be the 3rd Drake that they take, and if AV try and respond to this with a fight, they will lose that fight.
The Infernal Dragon is going to be the one they're taking here. Shelby making his way in, goes for the smite, not going to get it. Sybil secures at the tidal wave, knocking up 2 members, but Triple, he's the only carry there. Gets Fantix, going to get taken out. Gets shut down by the Ash. Chenny Boy in full retreat. A few more red buff procs should do it. DDD is there, but what can he realistically do in this fight? Sybil does get knocked up by the the bubble. There comes the Ezreal. The grand challenge has been laid down. Looking onto Sybil. The collateral damage across 3 members. There goes a kill by Raze. And now Jakey, the only one left alive as Chippy and Sybil are barreling down.
And welcome to your moment, AV, where Chippy is just one-man armies all over you. 3 Drakes, 3-0-3. Direwolves on the back of their top laner right now are looking completely unstoppable. AV's new top laner, DDD, is not in the same position, and Triple did not have his cleanse available. So the fight breaks out. AV lose.
After that skirmish, though, the kill count is quite close. 4,000 gold actually separates these 2 teams, with Direwolves out to an early lead, currently 2 towers ahead. They've got themselves those 3 Drakes, kind of a colourful pattern here coming through. So 1 of each so far, just missing out on a cloud. Not going to get it this game, and I'm sure no tears shed.
And it looks like the next one's going to be an Infernal. So if AV contested the last one, the next one's going to be tenfold that, because they must contest it from here on out.
Triple's got himself his Rylai's now, so these next fights should look a little bit differently. He was able to dish down the damage, but once Raze gets that Q stacked, he's just able to unleash the flurry of arrows.
Yeah, and still AV is showing presence, which, you know what, I don't know why they're this deep. They're against the Twisted Fate. He will find you.
Look at the damage just from Sybil alone. Shelby forced to retreat. Triple gets the poke down, half hits Regret. But they've got their sights set on this bot tower, but Direwolves are there to answer.
So one big Azir is all that they really have to rely on. A bit of split pushing potentially from the Fiora. And there's no way to respond from Direwolves unless they look for a pick with the Ash Arrow. So it looks like they might still get a free turret from pulling Direwolves around the map. Never mind.
Looks like Fantix is going to ult up, and the threat of more to come is enough to require DDD to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, he could probably fight the Twisted Fate, but he does need to purchase his Hydra before he does that.
There it is. It's not that Ravenous Hydra. Sybil going to donate the blue buff, of course, over to Fantix. Now Chenny Boy actually moving up to that top lane, leaving this bot lane completely undefended, and Chippies with that Rift Herald buff and the Frostborn Gauntlet make short work of these towers.
Yeah, and there is the question of lane assignment here, honestly, from AV. They put Chenny into a side lane. He doesn't have a QSS. He can just outright die.
He might be in trouble here. Here is regret. Here is Sybil. The snare should land. The crystal arrow goes wide. Vantage, one gold card should do it. Triple. He comes in off the back of that. Looking to go for Sybil, but the Hex Ring keeping him alive for now, but not enough as he goes down to regret. Forced to retreat. There is Jake, but Raze is also nearby, so only a 1-for-1 jungler for ADC.
And Rek'Sai is on the bottom side of the map. So without Triple right now, this entire team crumbles. And for some reason, this guy, when it comes to the OPL specifically, he shows up. He is everything for Avant-Garde right now.
All their eggs are in one basket right now. And its name is Triple, so he's got to be very, very careful. But he's on the champion to do it, right? Azir, he's got so much poke, so much engage with that Shurima shuffle, and just the raw damage output that's so consistent. But we've seen this story a million times, and DDD, he's trying to proc them all, but it doesn't matter as one more auto attack should do it as Chippy's health bar full.
Stands and delivers. The bottom lane turret will inevitably fall down if Direwolves can pressure elsewhere on this map. And just like that, the gold lead, not 4, now 5, could become 6, and starts to snowball out of control.
Direwolves just taking this game and running with it right now, about to get themselves a 4th tower of the game, 6,000 gold in the lead now. Really, it's all on the back of Chippies, but of course Sybil, Fantix, they've been doing their part. Fantix has been keeping Triple in that mid lane, who's the one saving grace for Avant.
But they're still out drafting AV because there's no answer to any side lane threat. Twisted Fate can sit in the other lane if Triple's dealing with Trundle. The 3-man unit that they have of Karma, Graves, and Ashe.
He's on the inhibitor turrets.
Is more than capable.
Sybil takes away that one, smites it for good measure, and Shelby just forced to sit there and watch, even with the backup from Jake and Chenny. Can't contest.
What sums up this entire game?
Yeah.
Shelby has been forced to sit there and watch as his team is losing in every single side lane. Chenny Boy trying to deal with the Twisted Fate without his QSS built. And he might even be going for a Hex Drinker from the looks of it. Means that he's going to have a bad time. If that's a Hex Drinker, still challenging the lack of cleanse that I'm seeing on Summoner's Rift these days in the OPL.
What a very easy to land CC that can be the deal breaker, especially when split pushing is so prevalent in the meta.
297 CS, 25 minutes.
That's insane.
He's about to get another wave to make it 300, and then he's going to get a blue buff to make it a little bit more.
So Triple, he's really the last saving grace right now for Avant. He's on the champion to do it. He's got himself that Void Staff now. Going to be getting a massive amount of AP as well off the blue buff.
300 CS at 25 minutes is godlike.
It's damn impressive.
That is ridiculous. Like, there is crazy. That is beyond crazy. I have to actually commend him for that. In a game where his team is losing the map, he's still winning. Doesn't matter what happens on Summoner's Rift, for some reason, Triple wins.
But Triple is playing an immaculate Azir right now, really showcasing this champion to its utmost abilities. Currently 4-1-2. Rylai's, Nash's Void Stuff, and Berserker Greaves to boot. But you mentioned they're going to have to contest this dragon,
like,
they're going to get pinched by the Trundle.
Oh, so this is probably the only point in the game where I would say AV, like, not only do they have to fight, they could win. Simply because they've got 3 big items on the Azir compared to 2 and a bit for the mid laner of Direwolves. Like, not completed Infinity Edge as well for Raze. It's just that they can't. They just can't do it.
It just gets demolished without even a second guess. Shelby is able to get over the wall this time despite the enchanted crystal arrow landing. Now Sybil might get cut off by Triple here. Couple pokes through, does the damage, has to use the buckshot defensively. The sideways comes through, not hitting anyone. Raze in a good position. Does get sped up by the Karma.
They just need DDD to deal with Chippies, and that is pretty much not happening already at this point.
No, that is not.
But AV still push them back. Fantix with half health does hang around.
Sure.
They want to fight. They have to fight, honestly, because if they don't find something soon, they're getting bled out of this game massively. Baron power play? Risky business.
Shelby. Chippy's in the top lane, rather. Grand challenge goes down from DDD.
That's a deterrent, and it doesn't last very long.
No.
Chippies will come back with full health in the next wave and probably take the turret.
Triple just answered with a turret of his own, but of course that's out for inhibitor. Definitely not a worth trade. Where Avant, they can't just keep leaving DDD here, who has to recoil just off seeing that Twisted Fate ult now. The tower goes down to Chippies alone, the mid tower as well. Direwolves, they're just running rampant.
And Shelby was on a magical journey, but he gets out. All things considered, yeah, AV. They can't deal with it. They've drafted themselves, it was mentioned many times. They're in a hole, and they have no way to dig out.
Exactly right here. And trying to band together to stall the bleeding. The inhibitor still stands. The silver lining is there.
Right now, it's like they're in quicksand and Triple's like throwing a rope to them, you know? And they're trying to grab the rope, but it doesn't make the distance. The rope's too short. That's literally AV right now.
It's a great analogy, Rusty. And
That's not a great analogy. Please don't commend me.
All right.
What a disaster.
No, Triple, he's really going to have to find some magical play to just equal up this game at this stage, as Direwolves are just running away. 7,000 gold now. Every time we look back, they add on a few hundred more gold. 11 kills to 8, 6 towers to 2, and 4 dragons to 0.
They have to try and force a fight. They're yet to actually force one, and Chippies is just winning.
Well, Chippies is doing a great job of forcing fights here as DDD gets deleted.
Yep. Chippies, he's probably just going to keep going bottom.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is a rinse and repeat strategy where AV are yet to respond in any manner whatsoever. They're giving up Drakes. They're not forcing fights for it. They're not dealing with the Trundle, because if they deal with the Trundle, the Twisted Fate wins the top side of the map. And this is a 1-3-1 where the 3 members of Direwolves are holding near the Baron. It's just, it's inexcusable, but it's really unfortunate because this happened through laning phase.
No one's even coming to deal with Chippies here. He's getting free reign of this inhibitor. The recalls have only just started. 10 seconds left on DDD, and there is no hope for this inhibitor.
No, just the Ezreal, and again, AV's resolve is to fight.
Oh no, Triple, he gets caught out. Luckily, he cleanses it away, but now Shelby might be in the firing lines. Fantix goes a little bit too deep, but he does get the stun off in time. The tidal wave comes through. There is Triple getting the kill, but Chippies is in the fight. He's got his sights set on Shelby. Deletes the Rek'Sai. Now Triple forced to get over the pillar to safety, but Avant, they're doing well, but can they deal with the raid boss? Chippies just barreling down, whacking them with the tire iron. There goes the Fiora, but Chenny Boy, Jake, and Triple, and the red buff get that one.
And they can look towards this Baron. They do only have 3 people. I think Jakey's heals might suffice for this.
Sure.
Better late than never.
They get the ace as well.
Is always a way to look at this. They will lock this one down as long as they can tank it. Let's see how this one progresses.
It's going to be difficult. Both Jakey and Chenny Boy can only take about 2 more shots, but
they've got it.
Luckily, Triple, with that Rylai's, has a very deep health bar.
So we have to actually take stock of what just happened, because AV won a team fight in a situation where Triple used his cleanse early on in Ash Arrow. And what happened is that Jakey bought him Mikhail's, and he is the saving grace, because what's Triple? You said he was running away from the Trundle. I beg to differ. He's actually double killing Raze and Regret with this the whole time. Beautiful. He has actually positioned himself well enough that him and Jakey, between those two, can 2-man carry as long as there are bodies in front of them to soak up damage. DDD is a body to soak damage. And that's a team fight that was 100% necessary from AV. They have a 7-1 and 3-0 in the middle lane right now, but it could be that it's too little too late.
It may just be, but all hopes lie on Triple Azir right now. They've caught back up in gold a little bit, only 4.5 opposed to 7. Sounds good on the side of the Avant camp, and they've got themselves a Baron buff. Triple's got the Rabadon's death cap.
That man is huge. In comparison to everybody except the Trundle on Summoner's Rift, that is a monstrous Azir.
Now Trundle does have the Spirit Visage now, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Triple to take down that Trundle.
Direwolves have a slight opportunity available to them, though, remembering that there's no cleanse and no Mikhail's.
That's right.
For Triple and Jakey, respectively. So crowd control hits. It does hit. This is a 3rd Infernal, but if AV don't fight it, that's 24% increased AP and AD.
That's ridiculous right there. They have to go for this one. Looks like red buff will be the first priority, and damn, Triple gets it so quick. You're right, Shelby does smite it away. Pink Ward down on the Dragon, spawning in 15 seconds, but Super Minion's going to be knocking on the door any second now, Rusty.
DDD with no teleport means that a 4v5 is entirely likely. Those minions will probably take one of those Nexus turrets if they beat around the bush here with the Infernal. And Direwolves' ultimate opportunity would be not to fight for it, but to keep them busy. Instead, though, they're looking towards top lane.
All 5 members.
I like this, actually, as a movement. They don't need the 3rd Infernal Drake. They have 2 of them. They're still scaling, and they know that AV have to respond to their Nexus turrets.
Oh, forcing them out of the base here. 4 members, 3 actually from Avant, coming up to defend this tower. They do defend it, whilst leaving DDD behind to deal with the super minions.
And now we're at a point where those summoner spells and item activations are about to be available again. And AV, whilst they were somewhat on the offensive, can now commit to that throughout this. They have the capabilities to team fight. They have a team that is 1-6 top, is still able to be relevant because the Fiora has still got 3 items. And the Guardian Angel's the important one.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Picking up that GA allows for what we saw last time when she came back in and just chomped to death to maybe come back up and do a little more.
What it actually means is that DDD does have the team fight and wants the team fight. He's got AD items, and instead of trying to like slow transition towards team fighting with maybe a Randuin's and a Spirit Visage or something like that to sustain through it, he can't do that. And the risk with what he's got now in the Guardian Angel, yes, it's immediately team fight relevant, but if he dies to Chippies or he finds himself in a dueling scenario with the Trundle, he just loses. And if he loses that GA, just means he's going to die twice.
Exactly right.
So he has to team fight.
Once again, Chippies making his way down that bot lane.
Yeah, he's actually with the super minions. So
got that back up here, of course. On the opposite side of the map, Fantix starting up that top lane push. Remember, Avant's top inner tower is very, very low, but Avant, they're calling the bluff here. They're going in 4 members strong down this mid. DDD does have the teleport available.
They want to force the teleport, you'd imagine, out of Chippies or Fantix, but the Trundle can keep going. If the Trundle keeps going, with this inhibitor being back up, AV have to respond. Now they're going to lose top lane for just walking down the middle lane. So it was a good idea. But unless they kill him, the execution's not there.
Yeah, Chippy's just going to recall get out of jail free card here as once again Avant are left scratching their heads wondering where did we go wrong as Fantix takes that top tower and now Direwolves back over the middle of the lane, middle of the map threshold here.
I mean, I can tell you where it went wrong. Laning phase. Sorry, champion select.
Sure.
The laning phase did also go wrong for them. I guess they're both accurate factors. Either way, Direwolves have given them the opportunity to come back into this, and it's through Fantix being exploited by Triple. The initial thought was perhaps Fantix is a good enough mid laner that he will diffuse Triple.
No.
You can't stop him, apparently.
Triple 7-1-3. The true carry for his team right now, of course. Chippies looking to contest that on 6-1-4 on the Trundle.
The way I see this, though, is if you can't beat AV, you beat the map. And so running the Twisted Fate, and again, this is why I say drafting phase, running the Twisted Fate Trundle means that, yes, Chippies is actually the primary tank for this team and will need to be present if they team fight, but they've already proven that that's a risk that they don't necessarily need to take. You can have Twisted Fate top, Trundle bottom, run the 1-3-1, utilize the Ash Arrow effectively to engage for your side lanes if it comes down to it, use the Karma to disengage.
Getting ace while 7,000 gold in the lead would be a little bit disheartening, to say the least. So sticking to the tried and true strategy that they know works for them.
And you have to commend AV for getting to this point in the game at all. Damage control on the Trundle was basically non-existent, yet they still got themselves to the point where they have 65,000 gold in their back pocket. And the carries are getting their items. They're not too far off those carries having enough gold that it doesn't actually matter how late we are in the game.
Triple's got his cleanse, Chenny Boy has his QSS, and Jake's got the Mikhail's Crucible. So all the important members here have a way to avoid the initiate from Fantix and Raze.
I think DDD couldn't decide which item he wanted. So instead of, with slot efficiency for items, just decided to get a Kindle Gem with the Warden's Mail.
Why not?
That's a big item expenditure that he has to have a lot of gold in his back pocket now to finish anything. So he's going to be sitting on that for quite some time, whereas on the flip side, Chippy's pretty big.
He's nearing that full build now, just waiting for that more gold.
He even has a Hex
to come down here. It seems like more of the Malmort is going to be his final item complete here, but I guess he knows the one true threat is Triple right now, and every little bit of magic resistance helps, and Minute 12, that Elder Dragon's going to spawn. When you have 4 Drakes already under your belt,
Yeah,
just increases the power.
absolutely. The Elder Drake is something that Direwolves can look towards, but I think they should prioritize the Baron
Sure.
because it lets them win the game.
That's exactly
Looking at
right.
minion manipulation, actually a favorable thing here for Direwolves to execute upon with the Twisted Fate.
Baron is live, and True Shot Barrage not available for checking. Does use that to clear it out. Not the longest of cooldowns, so should be up before Direwolves are ready to start it, but Chippy's once again being a nuisance.
Well, step 1 is now to continue controlling these side lanes with Fantix and Chippy. Step 2 is vision and vision denial on the pit itself, but they give opportunities to AV by splitting as a 1-3-1 to clear the area out and perhaps force something in the area. See how they play this one out. This is not something you want to take if you were DDD.
No, DDD just has to retreat out of this one, throws down the grand challenge, but Chippy doesn't care at all. The pillar goes down, but look at this, Avant. They've
Sybil.
started the Baron. It gets taken by Shelby. Sybil tried to do something cheeky, not going to happen. Now the Graves has to run away from this one, but in the bot lane, Twisted Fate and Trundle are there. They're on the inhibitor. Now Raze in the 1v1. It's not going to matter though, as Raze gets it.
Raze barely gets it. They're looking to end the game.
Yeah, they're going hard out. One Nexus Tower falls, the second one soon to follow, but everyone coming back down. Fantix, he's trying to get the stuns up. Triple is dead. Only DDD survives. Sybil and Regret9 making their way in. Shelby in full retreat with only a Guardian Angel to his name.
Yeah, this is a lot of time now. Shelby dies. There's only the Fiora and the Nami left alive.
No.
They have enough time to look to just outright close this one.
They've got the super minions coming in. They've got Raze on Ashe in the mid lane, pushing it as fast as she can. Here comes the team. Where is their carry? They're knocking it in as Jakey gets deleted from the map. DDD, the next one to follow, and the Nexus Tower goes down. The Nexus is going to follow, and Dire will say, 1 game down, no bans, who cares?
Yeah, better late than never from this Direwolves side, and a defiance, to say the least, from Triple on the Azir, but it's not enough to carry the entire team, to be perfectly honest with you.
They did a great job of even getting that far in the game, as you said. Getting an ace while 7,000 gold down is no small feat, but it proved too much. The map control out of Chippies and Fantix was just, there was no answer for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's safe to say that looking at this, the drafting was ultimately the undoing of AV.
That's exactly right, but we're going to send it back to the desk to break down game number 2 of that series.
Thanks so much, guys. And with that, it does go back to 1-1. Direwolves picking up the victory on Summoner's Rift. However, Avant-Garde, we kind of mentioned it. We said that the draft wasn't fantastic, that they kind of had losing lanes all over the shop. And did Chippies kind of beat them repetitively to death with that piece of information throughout the game, Prosker?
Yeah, Chippies went nuts. Triple D, that was interesting. Kind of walks in, gives away the first blood kill, and it just goes from bad to worse there, repeatedly just feeding into this Trundle and opening up a ton of split push options from Direwolves.
And let's talk about, I guess, the tactic in there, because you made a pretty, I guess, it was a different strategy. You know, they would have been better off to throw 3 bans at Chippies, you know, help their substitute top laner out. Triple can obviously hold his own in this mid lane. Everything was going to be available regardless. That was a little bit strange from Avant-Garde to just leave him out to dry like that a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't really understand the ban strategy when you end up leaving up Fantix's strong champions anyway. Like, I mean, there was also Fizz available, TF, like all the champions he's known for. They just banned a bunch of meta picks when they could have banned out as much of Chippy's pool as possible to help their top laner, yeah.
And another lane that kind of did go awry, we kind of mentioned it going into the game as well, is that Chenny and Jake do appear to be a little bit outclassed here. I'm going to say that Chenny in particular, because Jake had a pretty good game there, but Raze and Regret time and time again able to dominate the laning phase at least, getting ahead down there in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, there was the 1v1 kill as well as Ashe versus Ezreal in the Baron pit, which pretty much just kind of was a microcosm for how that lane went. Props to Jake though. His Nami range support, Spencer, we were talking about this in the green room, are actually quite good. So hope to see him continue to be on the range supports, but Chenny just looks really uncomfortable, and I think they need to put him on a utility 80 carry. Yes, Ezreal can itemize into utility with the Iceborne Gauntlet, but get the Ashe, get the Sivir, because a big part of AV's composition is when they, not were ahead, but when Triple was strong, they really had no way to say, we're fighting here and we're fighting now. You saw the very slow-moving Nami ultimate when they thought that they could pick someone up or they wanted to make a flank, because that was pretty much all they had, and a Sivir and an Ashe would have solved that problem.
Yeah, it certainly would have been able to help out with the engagement to potentially a Trundle jungle in the top lane as well. Do want to hit on the mid laners very quickly. We said a lot of this series would be dictated by how Fantix can go head-to-head versus Triple. I think it's fairly safe to say that Triple has started to add another notch to his belt here. He did quite convincingly beat out the mid laner of Direwolves, but it looks like Sybil has kind of given up on a tried and true strategy, Pencil, which is kind of go towards that mid laner and help Fantix out. What's going on there?
Yeah, it seems that, I mean, part of that must be putting him on the graves. Definitely when he's playing ganking champions like Elise and even his Zac, he often sits around mid lane constantly, but we're not seeing that from the graves.
I've always said that Sybil is a very talented jungler, but he's a small, effective champion pool. I like his Zac. I like his Elise. I'm not too hot on his Graves. It's better than the last time I saw it, so props there, but... overall, like, yes, Direwolves won this, but the fact that it went to a base race and the fact that they lost a team fight 7,000 gold down because Triple got his ear, expect to see that one banned, but still really close to call for how much of a lead Direwolves had.
Yeah, it certainly was, and with that, Direwolves are able to get it back to 1-1, guys, so don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll have the last game of the night as Avantgarde versus Direwolves continues. Hey guys, welcome back to OPL Week 5, Day 1, where it is currently 1-1 between Avantgarde and the Direwolves. There will be all the bans, all the players, everything in this game, and we'll see who is able to win out this best of 3. I'm still Spawn, joined by Pencil and Frostgurn. We just want to remind you before we jump into the game that we want to get you guys involved at home. So tomorrow, Social media contest. I'm going to go through it slowly this time. For games 1 and 2 for set 1, and then games 1 and 2 of set 2. Ignore game 3s. They don't matter. Tweet at us what the first Drake will be that spawns in those games. So you have 4 Drakes to pick. You have to pick them every single game for the starting Drake. Tweet it at us at LOL Oceania. Use the hashtag IMOPL. We're getting there in the end. I got told to make it really clear. I don't think I did.
It's okay. It basically means that your answer has to have 4 dragons in it. So
any
I would
4
say
dragons, just like 4 airs.
Cloud.
Exactly right. Knowing the OPL luck, Cloud is the most spawned dragon in the OPL. So we'll see whether that does come through. Want to move away from dragons just for 1 second and go into the game. What can we expect to see this time out of both teams? What are we looking to change here on Summoner's Rift?
Some sort of engage into draft. Not an as real priority. I think the OPL has moved its AD carry towards that utility role. We need to see Chinny Boy pick up the Ashe. I'm sure Azir will not be let in the hands of Triple. He almost single-handedly carried that game. Other than that, their top laner needs to just hold on.
Did you see anything that you would immediately want to change if you're from Avant or Direwolf side there, Bensel?
I'm positive Ashe will be banned by Direwolves. I just don't think it's something they want to play against. That's why I felt it was so curious that they would pick Ezreal so fast when Ashe was available, because I know it's something that AV have used a lot, and it gives them an engage tool that they otherwise don't have, especially on a Fiora playing top laner. So I'm expecting maybe a Twisted Fate or Lissandra from Triple Cheese, possibly, if they want an engage option.
Did you try and add into that engage? Do they once again throw the gauntlet at Chippies? Do they say you can play whatever you want, we're going to pick Fiora into one of your carries? Or do you think that they put their top laner on something like a Maokai? I don't know, does he play mages up there? Is there something else that you can look towards to try and neutralize this big threat out of the Chippies in the top lane?
I have no idea, other than maybe just accept a CS differential and not die. Like, I think that's the best they can really hope for. It's not like they can lane swap with a new player either, so I don't think that's an option.
All right, we'll see if they're able to get it done, because the players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift, knifing quickly this time. So here is Rogi and Russia to take us there for one more time.
Thanks so much, Spawn. I think Frosk said it best. DDD just has to hold on for dear life in that lane.
That man is on a roller coaster of emotions right now, and Chippies is the one conducting it and controlling the speed of that roller coaster. It is a dangerous life that they have to lead through their top lane of AV. And honestly, Chippies was the hard carry in game number 1. The same thing was said about Triple, right? So when we move into this drafting phase between these two teams, I think we'll see a lot of change, especially because one team has bans.
Yes, exactly right. So I'm sure these two guys will be the focus of very many, considering just how well they both did. Triples on Chippies on Trundle. Oh, just such a menace. And that's the thing, right? He excels on a lot of these champions, and Trundle not even the top of the meta right now.
Trundle's pretty high up.
Oh, he's definitely high up.
When you're Chippies, because it's this happy medium between tank and carry, whereas the Jax and Aurelia are more inclined to be hard carry options. And I mean, the Fiora just did not get going. It lost too early. It was snowballed out of control. They may look back towards it one more time. They may not.
See what else DDD has in his arsenal to stand against what Chippies is bringing to the table tonight. But as we can see, Riot's getting taken away by Avant immediately. And now, with Direwolves having their own bans, has to take that Vladimir away.
Yes, there's actually a ban dynamic now to be seen, and those are the 3 that were removed in game number 1, all gone again. I would imagine Direwolves get rid of the Azir. I would imagine that AV early pick Ashe if they have been learning between games.
Gotta wait and find out. We know that Chenny Boy has played a few Ashe games throughout the split so far, so it was actually kind of strange to not see them pick it up last game, but enough about that. Game number 3, as a matter of fact here. And as you said, they're banning away that Azir, cannot afford to give that to Triple at any cost.
And AV have a choice now. Do we ban the Trundle? Or
yes.
You know what? They do.
Yes, Rusty.
There's no choice, apparently.
That is the answer to your choice, yes.
Alrighty, moving on.
Yeah, so now Direwolves, it'll be interesting to see what they go with here. Do they sacrifice the Ashe to Avant? Do they get away something more globally recognized?
Yeah, that was the initial thought. And of course, Direwolves could look to ban themselves out with the Ashe and deny that option from Chenny, but even the Karma as just a strong support option from Jakey. They have choices.
So it's going to be the Nidalee. Actually haven't seen a ton of Nidalee in the bans or
that's
in
a
the champion
throwaway
pool.
That's absolutely a throwaway ban.
They just want to get themselves 2 good picks here. Makes sense. But we see on the side of Avant, going to be giving Triple that Victor. So you did well on Azir, should do well on Victor.
So while I think it was a throwaway ban, it was also a bait. When
Okay.
you ban the Nidalee, expect AV to perhaps lock in the Rek'Sai as a jungle priority champion. Of course, Sybil doesn't necessarily need it, as you can see.
So we've got the Fizz and the Elise, and you mentioned Fantix. His Fizz got banned away from him quite a few times, so definitely a flex pick coming in through here, but that Elise definitely going in the jungle for Sybil, who's played that quite a few times so far.
Yeah, so AV didn't necessarily need to pick their jungle as a first option, so they don't take the bait. They'll still get the Rek'Sai that they wanted, but knowing the Direwolves have Elise on Sybil might make things a bit better for AV, honestly, in this second game.
Yeah. Getting themselves that Rek'Sai, very staple jungle pick. Seems like every team tonight has hovered the fiddle at one point or another.
This is an AV hover.
Yeah.
Chelby is a renowned Fiddlesticks player in solo queue. I think he's one of the only Fiddlesticks players that we have in high elo. So it's just a shout out.
Fair enough.
Triples boy.
See what Triple locks in here for his team. Already got himself that Victor, so picking for someone else, of course. Really running the clock on this one.
There it is.
Ooh.
You're messing with me.
It skipped a beat there for them. Like, no, but they've got Rek'Sai. It can't. No, but it is the karma for either Jake or Triple here. No, of course not Triple. I'm thinking for Jake.
Yeah, so they take the karma away from Regret and Raze.
Mm-hmm.
The Ashe is still entirely pickable by Direwolves in this turn of their drafting phase. I don't necessarily need it, but would complement a pick composition if they were to commit towards that.
A lot of strong support still available, but do go quite well with Ashe.
Yeah, so in terms of supports, I would honestly say perhaps Ashe Braum
Yeah.
as a lane if they're committing to something more pick heavy. Braum has the double up of being able to engage somewhat, and Alistar has not been seen very often, so that'd be very much a style preference.
Falling off popularity quite a bit recently has the Alistar for making way of that new wave AP supports like the Karma, like the Bard that we have been seeing, but it could potentially be the Sivir here actually. So Ray's going to be locking that one in, taking the Nami away from Jake.
Yep, so you deny mine, I'll deny yours.
That's it, right?
Is the rule of thumb. It seems I quite like the Sivir Nami.
Mm-hmm.
I think as far as drafts are concerned, Direwolves are doing what AV should have in the first game by going towards that Sivir. Utility heavy, press R, let your team engage. And speaking of engage, I feel like that's the primary source of power that Direwolves are lacking in right now. So their best case scenario, put Chippies on Maokai or something.
Okay.
Give him Malphite. Make him the rock.
It's a great point to mention. Both these teams have ways to either engage or defuse the situation. Karma and Sivir do very similar jobs these days. So will be dependent on what Avant pick up here. They already have their mid laner locked in, so it's going to be the AD carry and support. Top laner, rather. Maokai and Lucian might be the two picks here.
And there you go. No Maokai option available for Chippies.
Alrighty, so DDD showing he can play more than just the Fiora. Goes back to basics. Very, very standard top laner in this Maokai.
This is fundamentals. Absolutely. So they've locked themselves in the tree. They've got the tank with Chelby on that Rek'Sai, so big front line, complementary damage and utility from the Karma, and a lot of just raw carry from a Victor and a Lucian. It's very much a standard ram your face forward team fighting kind of comp against Direwolves. Delicate, somewhat team fight heavy, dependent on this last pick option.
Oh, there we go. Fizz mid, Aurelia top lane.
Yeah, so they've always cemented themselves with this style Direwolves. They've even historically been the split pushing team.
Sure.
Now Chip is in his meta. It's his patch. He knew he was against the Maokai. Looks towards the carry. Nobody was shocked, but everybody is happy. We get to see if he can continue to hold his own against DDD, who struggled, honestly, in the first game. And Fantix playing this Fizz is also running the 1-3-1 option, but the Direwolves seem to be so avid towards.
This Direwolves lineup is looking very, very scary. With the Fizz and the Aurelia that have that speed boost coming from the Sivir, it's going to be so easy for them to get to the targets of their choice. And with Aurelia's tenacity, should just be able to ignore the Karma and the Maokai and get straight onto either Chenny Boy or Triple.
Yeah,
It's kind of the same with the Troll Pole.
I quite like the Fizz, honestly, even how the draft has turned out into the Victor. Because you look at the side of Direwolves and you'd say, well, he could build a Zonias, which is actually the standard counter to Fizz.
Sure.
Because if the fish hits, you just press Zonias, diffuses all of the bonus damage and whatnot. But because he's against an Aurelia that does true damage and a lot of magic damage with the Elise jungle, he can't do that. He has to go Rylai's, and he might just die.
So game 1, unfortunately, was a disaster for Avant, but we are going into game number 3. Remember, guys, get on Twitter, show your love, hashtag AVWin or hashtag DWWin to make sure these guys know that you're rooting for them at home.
It's going to be an interesting game.
Oh, yeah.
What is effectively game 2, but is actually game 3.
An interesting series, Rusty.
What it really means, though, is that there's been discovery now. So they've played against each other. They've got an understanding of how they win the game or how they lost the game. Then they can now cover those weaknesses or exploit them once again, moving into the second game that we'll see them play against each other.
DDD on that Maokai. Shouldn't find himself falling behind as much if he gets behind as a Fiora. But early aggression coming out of Direwolves. They really want these deep wards. Triple does spot them out. Volatile Spiderling just used to ensure that no one else is lurking around in this bush. And of course, Avant going to answer with deep wards of their own. Make sure they get the appropriate knowledge to send their laners into the correct spots.
Yeah, so the 5-man strong unit of Direwolves will place the standard deep vision, cover all of their bases to see if anyone's hiding or lane swapping. And at the moment, the Karma and the Lucian are already very deep. They're covert ops on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like they will both get out safely, just using that blue pill to get back to base here.
When I say covert ops on the wrong side of the map, I mean Direwolves were actually about to walk in and find them if they stayed, as you can see.
Oh, earlier on today, we gave you guys a poll to vote who you think will be taking this series, and it's very darn close with Direwolves eking out the lead on 52%.
Yeah, and they've brought this game back to 1-1, effectively 1-0. Direwolves looking good to close this one out, honestly. They've set themselves up with the draft again. It's very much their style to see if they can pull the plug, or if Triple can just run away with the entire game again.
Looks like both teams going to be getting the standard lanes here eventually, as the bot lane taking a very long, winded walk up to that top lane.
They definitely are. Wanting to match each other desperately, it feels like.
In the mid lane, Fantix did take that playful trickster at level 1, trying to avoid all the damage coming out of Triple. Has that corrupting potion as well, so he's going to feel the pain of a melee versus range matchup, but luckily does have that refillable potion to keep himself sustained.
Yeah, the teleport as well will help out a lot.
Yeah.
And level 1 strength that a Victor has is always noteworthy. It's that level 3 point where Fizz starts to bite back quite hard. And until then, really is just damage control. And sometimes you'll even see, like, farm in the middle lane, maybe get the first 3, maybe 4 waves, get your Dark Seal upgrade so that you have more efficiency from your potions that you're using, then come back to lane with a teleport and fight.
Already these two are brawling again, but DDD hopefully not having flashbacks of last game. Stands his ground against Chippies.
Tell you what, if he loses this lane, it's unspeakably horrible.
Spell disaster.
Yep. Could be a very bad turn of events. And once again, we're looking at the junglers to see how they'll impact the map, because if they can get DDD perhaps a single kill, things may not look like they did in game number 1.
Up in the top lane we see Sybil is nearby. But remember, it is the power lane, both members, but Shelby already there onto Chippies. He needs to flash if he wants any hope of getting out of this one alive. There's the flash, but Shelby comes after, gets himself first blood for Avant.
And as if on cue, Shelby's listening to me, it seems like. He gets himself that early kill. As goes on to Shelby. You'd be thinking you'd be quite happy with that.
It could be answered. Here comes Sybil, gets himself a kill over to Raze. Now Chenny Boy with nowhere to go. A double for the Sivir.
And the immediate answer, absolutely right. So Direwolves bite back harder than AV do, because Raze and Regret once again get control of this bottom lane. The Sivir can run away with a game. And there's a middle lane, to nobody's surprise.
Yep. Triple just bullying Fantix right now, as a Victor should. Wants to keep him from getting that Dark Seal as long as possible.
Fantix is like experience hunting right now. If he had already recalled and teleported, he would have been fine. But here we are.
It's a great point to mention, just
See this
using
cannon?
that laser.
That's like 45 gold that he would have had. He didn't have it.
Every little bit counts, as we saw last game just how well Triple can do with a lead.
So you can see those caster minions, 16 gold a pop. He lost 3 of them.
Rusty keeping tabs right now for Fantix.
as a
He's
mid
finally
laner,
gone back.
I look on in disgust.
Teleporting back into the mid laner. Finally, Rusty to start getting some of that CS as Chippy's doing what all Aurelia players love, just blade searching those last health minions. making
Trying to
it
avoid
easy.
damage in trades as well, but also trading himself, apparently.
DDD might be not in trouble here, but forced to recall.
Yeah,
Remember?
he's going to chill out a little bit.
Chippies went back, so he's filled up his potion. He's got himself a longsword as well. But the Maokai sustain proving very difficult to deal with.
Yeah. So bottom lane, ideally, he just holds tight, puts on his seatbelt, hopes he doesn't crash. That is essentially DDD. Whereas this other side of the map, involving Raze and Regret,
Hello, Sybil.
they are very far ahead.
Big minion wave. Has spawned, but he is already under attack by the tower, and DDD positioned quite far up. The cocoon does miss. Now Sybil, he has to repel to get to safety, but it doesn't matter as Chippies picks that one up under tower.
Yeah, and very smart use of the turret aggro, honestly, from Dire, was making sure that Sybil was the one doing the first hit of damage, also ensuring that when Maokai came out of it, the aggro was still on Sybil so that he could use the repel. Chippies has damage to complement, and they get themselves a kill onto the board. Direwolves, honestly, at 6 minutes into this game, are looking a lot better than they did even in game number 1, which is surprising. I think that they're actually set up a lot better to succeed, except for mid,
Yep.
because it just keeps happening.
Well, a double kill that early on for Race. He's got his Corefield's Warhammer, got that cooldown reduction and extra damage. Or Chenny only sitting on the cull, so he's kind of just figured out what's going on here, and it's staying alive.
And there's no Ezreal on the side of AV either
No.
this time around, so they don't even have the utility of the AD carry. They don't have the ultimate for scouting or wave clear. All they have is a low-range Lucian that's currently 0-1 and down an abundance of items.
And right now, everyone except for Triple actually behind in last hits here. So Direwolves starting to get themselves ahead once again, which could prove disastrous as we saw what can happen when this team gets a lead, especially this early on.
Triple and Shelby really are the two-man wrecking crew. The rest of their team complements well when AV's mid and jungle are winning. But as it stands, damage control just seems to be the name of the game. We're just waiting for Shelby, I guess, to try again, try and get something done. Both of these junglers don't really benefit from getting level 6. They could have ganked earlier. They got 1 off, but Sybil got 2 off and just bested it.
Shelby is around that top lane, just waiting off in the tri-brush, but both members of Direwolves trying to recall out of this lane. They have a feeling that something might be amiss. Only Regret hanging around. Be recalling soon in the bot. Chippy's getting the favorable trade onto DDD, who's picked up himself that Balmy Cinder now. Chippies has that Sheen.
Yep, and for reference, most Aurelias are, of course, W maxing, so a lot more sustained true damage, which is why health is important, because they're fighting.
Twisted Advance has been used. Ultimate popped out of both members here. Chippy's trading very well, but DDD's ulti does pop. The mana pool favors Chippies. One more attack should do it. There is Sybil flashing in, gets the repel, gets the chomp, gets the kill.
Keeping in mind that Chippy's had flash this entire time, he doesn't use it. Sybil does. So instead of waiting for cooldowns, they just pick up the early quick kill. A little bit greedy, but I appreciate that, Sybil. And another kill now onto the board. For Direwolves, a DDD, currently 0-2. It's happening again.
Direwolves just impressing the heck out of us today. Oh, Shelby is there. Does get the knock up onto Sybil. Victor's there to answer. Can he get any of the damage? And Repel goes through, but he's nowhere to go. The Q comes through. The auto attack portion not going to happen as the stun is there, but he's got nowhere to go. Fantix can't save his jungler.
And it's at this point that I would like to remind everybody that Sybil flashed to get the kill in the bottom lane, greedily, because Aurelia had hers. And here we are.
Fantix. Chaos Storm down. Couple of ticks should do it. That's a surprising amount of damage, maybe 1 or 2.
It's 150 per pulsation, not including resistance.
Regret might be in trouble here. Does have the flash available. The bubble does hit. Here is Raze in the back. The tidal wave comes through. Chenny Boy trying to back him up the tunnel. Is the knock up back off cooldown? There it is, a flash over from Triple to secure that one, but Sybil and Ray making their way down the teleport out of Fantix. The ulti comes down onto Triple, but the gravity field doing enough to keep them at bay. On the Hunt has been popped, but used to run in the wrong direction.
Yeah, Rays wanted it, and Fantix and Sybil did not. Triple needs to show respect. Ooh. The teleport being wasted by the Fizz and not finding a kill actually is not an ideal scenario. As they're going to fight themselves around the blue buff, I suppose, and see what happens here.
Tremor sensors do spot out all of Sybil's movements. Triple gets himself the blue buff.
And once again, AV, they win themselves a trade revolving around their mid laner and their jungler. And this is all like bleed over simply because Fantix is not having a great series.
Finding it very difficult to get himself any advantage at this stage. Currently down about 20 or so CS. Triple playing this lane very, very well.
And this is
always at bay.
Like, it's really similar to game number 1 when you think about it. And like game number 1 was, yeah, he's just a Twisted Fate anyway. So he's going to start split pushing. He's always going to be relevant. Fizz is always relevant.
Well, there's someone who's doing a great job of staying relevant. It's Sybil, but Shelby is there to answer this time. Burrows in, chooses against it. The Cocoon only landing onto Jakey there. Has now hit level 6 on the Karma.
Starting to go aggressive here as well as Chenny Boy. Target selection from the Elise in particular was lacking, but he just had to hit somebody as these two are going to continue to fight each other.
DDD actually wants this fight, but his mana pool is quite low, but so is Chippy's health bar. Forced to Blade Surge out of that one, but he's turned himself around, getting the Sheen procs off his ultimate, but one more Twisted Advance should do it. He's so low. A couple auto attacks. No! God. Chippy turns it around with the stun. Blade Surge auto. Impressive.
Raze though.
Oh, the fight is not over yet. Raze forced to flash. The exhaust comes down. Here is Chenny Boy dashing in. The tidal wave is there. The boomerang blade on the back of that one now. Chenny Boy forced to flash. The ignite forcing him away. Oh my lord, Rusty.
Back and forth fight between these 2v2s. We said that Chenny was looking aggressively. Well, that's exactly why he was looking aggressive. Has enough damage, but the Nami consolidates quite nicely to force summoner spells in return. Meanwhile, in that bottom lane, DDD thought he could bite off more than he actually could, and the repeat stuns that come out of Chippies. Far too much for the Maokai to handle. The true damage came back off cooldown and well kited and worked around cooldowns, most importantly. From Chippies.
He's now got his Trinity Force completed, so if this lane was looking unfavorable for DDD, it's just going to get worse. Everyone said the age-old meme that Aurelia, once she has a Trinity Force, she's full build, and now the Trinity Force fits even better into her kit and playstyle.
Yeah, Trinity Force Aurelia, 20% cooldown reduction instead of 10. Means the world to her.
Forced to farm with saplings is a very sorry sight to say the least. And look at the mastery right now as Chippies goes back in, just chunking his health bar down under tower. Maybe too ambitious, forced to flash out of that one, but still might get the kill. No, DDD gets away.
Too ambitious, I would say equally as ambitious as required, because he will dive this turret. If DDD tries to stay, it forces a teleport in response, and that's actually a teleport advantage that Direwolves will have.
Jakey, though, does get caught out by the Cocoon. The bubble to follow. No one to help the poor long-lost support as Karma falls to the likes of Sybil.
Direwolves are turning on the heat right now. They know the advantage that Chippies has is too damn high. And DDD doesn't even teleport to save the turret at all. They're just starting to slowly but assuredly lose out this entire map.
Chenny Boy knows they're there thanks to the Wolf buff, is able to get himself out in time, but loses that top lane tower and lose the bot lane tower as well. So out of nowhere, Direwolves find themselves 3,000 gold lead.
Triple against
Oh no, Triple. He's done for. Gets flashed on by Sybil and Fantix taken out.
The Spiderlings secure that kill. They wanted the fish to get it from the looks of it, but he doesn't. And this is where everything starts to unfold.
A 2v1 onto Chippies. His mana pool is low, but he's walking away. Karma there to get the slow. The knockup comes down from Shelby. Can he get over the wall? Doesn't have anything. Sits there and embraces death.
He actually didn't have flash. I think he was trying to perhaps, if he timed it well enough, maybe bait one in response.
Yeah.
Both Shelby and DDD having one of their own. They don't actually use anything at all. A Direwolf still, even with Chippy's dead, he's up in 15. It'll take them about that long, a little bit less probably, to finish this Drake. They're still strong. They're still confident. They are able to run over AV right now. And simply the fact that Fantix, while he is losing lane, he's not losing as hard as he was in game number 1.
There's no relevant vision on that side of the map. Avant have to give up the Mountain Drake, going over to Direwolves, getting themselves the first Dragon of the game. Currently sitting at 14 and a half. Direwolves are up once again in game number 3. 7 kills to 4, but Avant, they're looking to answer with this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they might get themselves the Rift Herald. Direwolves might actually contest this.
They know what's going on.
They're on the
Do
way.
have enough time. Everyone's coming down. It's
Chippies
going to force Avant to back out of this one.
Oh
There
my
is
God.
Chippies. Look at the damage onto Jenny. He's going to get dropped. Graves picks that one up now. Shelby in full retreat. Jakey gets knocked up by the Rabbit. And Direwolves, they're out for blood, Rusty.
The strength of this Aurelia right now is just outright disgusting. So much damage coming out of the Aurelia.
Oh no, DDD, what are you doing there, mate? He's got caught out now, Chippies. We've seen this story before. DDD, not even the town mate save you this time, mate, but the minions are on their way.
Yeah, 2 levels, essentially half an item. The amount of damage that just came out of that Aurelia onto the Lucian sums up why everybody doesn't like solo queue right now, honestly. Playing against that champion.
Off the back end of that one, Direwolves get themselves not only 3 kills, but a turret on top of that one. 10 kills to 4. 3 towers to 0 and a dragon as well. This game is spiraling further and further out of Avant's control here.
And this comes back to the same point that Bensel actually raised on the desk. Banning away strong meta champions actually helps Fantix out a fair bit. He can play Fizz, he can play Twisted Fate, he can play Kassadin even, and always do well on them. So by banning away the Slain, the Vlad, especially on blue side, you're asking to lose.
Jenny Boy's got no hope of this one, just gets completely deleted from Chippies.
I'm pretty sure Chippies had a Hex Drinker at some point. I think he sold it for Berserker's Greed.
Sure.
Just let that sink in. I'm pretty sure that sums up how this game's going at the moment.
Yeah, it is not looking good for Avant right now, as Rift Herald might look to be taken by Direwolves.
The series of events that have unfolded in front of AV's eyes have not been good.
We saw what happened when Chippies uses that Rift Herald to its full potential last game, and see what he's doing right now. So I'm scared. I'm scared for any member of Avant that Chippies paints a target on.
Yep, and he's making a mural right now with all of them.
Oh, here comes Fantix around the flank, though.
Big flank. He's actually got the right flank as well. It's on.
Oh, it goes on to Jake, so it might be his target here, but Triple actually flashing in the way of that tidal wave, and he gets taken down. No way to answer back. Raze actually uses the heal to keep himself alive. Jenny Boy just gets deleted. One more attack should do it.
God.
There it is, a double kill for your boy Chippies. The Cocoon does go wide, and DDD left to watch as Chippies just destroys his health bar.
He made it.
He's
all right.
fine.
So Direwolves walk away with a full ace and teleport still available to them. They could not be happier with how this game has started to unfold as we hit past the 10-minute mark. And it's pretty simple. You give Chippies Aurelia. He is an old-school Aurelia main. This is exactly what you expect to see from him. This is something that you shouldn't expect to see from him. But what do you ban from the man? He's just too good at everything. This is all where it completely unfolds. Watch his damage. That's a Rek'Sai with tank items, by the way. And that's Lucian without them. He somehow does an auto attack with us. 300 damage there as well.
It's the Rift Herald buff paying dividends already.
Yeah, to each their own. Sybil decides he doesn't like living. He's going to go join the underworld with a couple of other spiders, but they're just so large. They are just unbelievable.
Look, Avant thought the Trundle was strong enough to ban away here, but it turns out that when people say that this is Chippy's meta, it is not an overstatement right now. 6-2-4 on Aurelia. He's got himself that Trinity Force, maybe reacquired a Hex Drinker here. He's looking so damn strong and demonstrating mastery of the champion, just clearing out the waves, making it look pretty, of course. And is there anyone in this Avant squad that can deal with him?
No.
Again, I feel like this is deja vu.
Was that rhetorical? Or nobody can deal with Aurelia right now.
There's no one. And it was the same last game when he was on Trundle. Like, we were trying to find a way that they don't just lose the game outright to Trundle split pushing, and this may be the same scenario here, Rusty.
This is Chippy's series to win right now, absolutely. On the back of a mistake from him, maybe things change, but he's so large already that I'm not even sure a mistake could cover up how fed he actually is on this Aurelia. The next objective, appears to be the entire map.
That's exactly right here as 4 members from Avant just defending the 3-1-3 right now, 1-3-1 right now, and doing a great job of it as Fantix is up in that top lane, got himself that Abyssal Scepter, so bit of cooldown reduction, bit of damage from the Sheen.
And there's still a Abyssal Scepter Fizz, to be fair, which
Yeah.
means that even if Maokai goes up there, I'm pretty sure Fantix can take him out. Who do you send there? Triple without teleport,
that
Chenny
rhetorical,
Boy,
Rusty?
who's currently 0-4. I mean, like, there is actually nobody that can deal with any of this.
Raze might be in trouble though, getting a little bit too cocky for his own good. Forced to flash, forced to ult out of that one.
Does get out, however. Doesn't have the ultimate, but meanwhile, over here.
And Fantix is getting himself a Nexus turret. Gets it quite low. Jakey is there. The Shark goes in, and Regret is also there. The bubble goes down. A few more auto attacks should do it. Fantix gets that one with triple. Just has to sit by and watch.
Yeah, so they get themselves the kill. I don't think they can look towards the turret, but Chippies is kind of running around with 2 people at the moment, so we'll just see what happens anyway.
Ring around the Maokai right now. As Chippy's just doing laps of Summoner's Rift as Raze back in that mid lane, getting the push down, and deja vu here as Raze gets caught out, gets shut down by triple. Thanks to Chelby with a nice knock-up.
It is his first death of the game race, so I think we can forgive one mistake. He made it 2 times in a row, however, so need to shape that up a little bit. Still, with the Sivir dead, they can somehow look towards starting an Infernal Drake. Honestly, I think it's because they have 2 teleports on their roster. We'll see if they utilize those, or if Fantix is just going to take the inhibitor whilst they do this.
Both teleports are down on the side of Avant. The Dragon is getting lower and lower. Ooh, might go for the steal, doesn't get it though. Shelby secures that one away. The Cocoon not going to keep him safe for much longer as the heal used for that extra movement speed. They really want to kill Sybil, but on the back end, actually, DDD winning away the fight on Fantix may have gone a little bit too hard on that turret.
The turret would have to be involved in that fight. There's no circumstance where I'm willing to believe otherwise. Chippy's, at the moment, speaking of too hard, is really having a go here. He wants it.
They didn't end up getting Sybil. He was able to get to safety once his big brother Chippies came in and said, nah, you leave our jungle immediately. And Avant have no real choice but to do just that. They did get themselves that Infernal Dragon, so got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah, no, the Infernal Dragon will help them out a little bit. That's for certain. Scaling is the mastery. Triple is still farming well. You have to commend him once again. Win or lose, Triple is trying his hardest. I do respect that in this mid laner because he's performing. Unfortunately, they have a 0-4 Lucian with 70 less CS than his AD carry counterpart. They also have a Maokai who has surprisingly diffused everything that's happened to him quite well, but Chippy's just spikes harder.
Doing well, but like you mentioned, Chippies really understands exactly when Aurelia hits her peak.
I mean, again, like, whilst it's spiking harder, yeah, we'll just let this happen.
Yeah, Fantix actually does get stunned up under tower, forced to retreat, and if you're curious about how he got so low before, there's your answer, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, turrets do damage. You heard it here first. Still, I think keeping him here means that someone has to deal with the Aurelia. And if it's Victor, could be okay. Could be okay, but one misstep means certain death. So it's very delicate for AV right now. Utilizing their star player to deal with the Fed Aurelia could actually dispel problems immediately.
Well, once again, the 3 members of Direwolves positioning around this mid tower, getting chip damage when and how they can. Chenny Boy does get stunned up from the Cocoon, but Raze and Regret had already backed off just a little bit.
And again, I do have to touch on this situation where I think DDD is actually acceptably strong for the Maokai given the circumstances that are presented to him.
Oh, Chenny Boy gets hit by the Cocoon. The Boomerang Blade comes through the exhaust. The only thing keeping him safe right now is he has to completely book it out of that one. Chippies does teleport in, and DDD has gone into the fight. They've got their sights set on this Aurelia, but she's so deaf. So a double bubble from Regret actually locks him up, and the Maokai falls.
And Fantix even makes his way over. Victor, not to be seen, does not use the teleport. In fact, needs to go to base to use it if they look to force a Baron, which is very dangerous and risky of them. Fantix isn't here either. He'd need to recall. He has no health. Once his teleport is up, that'll be certain death for him. This is aggressive from Direwolves.
Baron is falling quite fast, down to about 3,000 health. I don't think anyone from Avant can get there in time to contest it, and they're just going to back off.
Yeah, they were close to fighting that, and that actually could have worked out for them if they were all there on time. They weren't. And so Direwolves walk away with the buff in hand and a 10,000 gold lead behind them. The amount of power that this team has now got. And again, like I said that DDD is acceptably tanky on this Maokai, and he is. We just saw that. He is reasonably tanky. He is endurable and lasts quite a while when it comes to a team fight. Chippy's hitting him. Yeah, true damage, bit of bonus damage on top of that. Does his job. The tree. The problem is that Chenny Boy picking the Lucian up as the AD carry is behind by unreasonably large amounts to the point where he's actually irrelevant because he's not even a utility-based AD carry. Black Cleaver is the most utility you'll get from him, and at 25 minutes in the game, he hasn't even finished that, and he has brown leather bags for boots. He's just a walking death bot.
May just be... Oh, look at this! The death push onto Fantix! 5 members just sitting in there lying in wait.
Got him.
Poor little Fizz had no hope. But here comes Chippy's in the top lane with a huge minion wave in tow. 3, 4, 5 auto attacks take out that turret. No sweat.
So they're always going to trade these objectives. Fantix is up in 30 seconds. We'll have his teleport. That was very cute, though, from AV. Yeah. They get themselves a kill. They do get themselves a kill. They lose a turret for it.
Didn't expend too many resources, just a flash from Shelby and the ult from Triple, but we've seen time and time again Shelby loves to use that flash to force out any summoners and cooldowns at arrays. See the Baron minions just making their way down the mid lane here. Of course, Direwolves, they don't want to go for anything too risky, while Fantix is on that respawn timer. He's up now with teleport available, and everyone from Direwolves is still positioned and poised, ready to fight.
Yeah, and they still have the Baron buff in their back pocket. So Chippy's on this side lane draws the attention of more than just a Maokai. Thankfully, they are able to turtle within their base, and the distance to close between top, mid, and bottom is quite low. Fantix will start to pressure the bottom lane turret, so sooner or later it will go down. The question is, how long will it take? Will that Baron buff be there? And can AV actually find and engage on the 3-man unit of Direwolves, or Chippy's before that? Because we've seen it before. Raze does die. He's fragile.
Last game, Avant were able to get a clean ace. Well, not a clean ace, but they were able to get an ace, being 7,000 gold behind, but this time about 11,000 Chippies. He's getting all in. He has to turn it around onto Triple. Might actually get him. One more auto attack should do it, but no. Triple does get the shutdown goal. The teleport is coming out from DDD. Where is it going to go? Regret gets a nice tidal wave to keep them at bay. On the hunt has been popped. Meanwhile, Fantix in the bot lane, clearing out these turrets, making them look like Lego. Here comes DDD into the fight. Chenny Boy on the back of that. Shelby trying to go for the knockup, but look at Raze just kiting everyone perfectly right now. And what are you doing, Chenny Boy? You're eating into the fight, and that's a double kill.
Here's Fantix.
Oh no, Fantix making his way in. Triple. He's got no ultimate left, no flash available. One more auto attack should do it. The heal coming out of Regret, and the ace from Direwolves.
And Fizz is just too sticky for a Victor to deal with, having to run that teleport. This should mean at least the 1 inhibitor. There could be very easily 2, but they also, with that Baron buff, might have enough damage to end the game. Let's see how they do.
Only 8 seconds left on Karma, but teleport is coming in from Chippy.
There you go, that's it.
Full health, full mana Aurelia, who's just been back and bought a Phantom Dancer. No hope for Avant to defend this one off, as Direwolves, despite all the confusion, win the series 2-1, Rusty.
Yeah, Direwolves get themselves that 2-1 victory over Avant. That Avant looking quite promising in game number 1 through their middle lane, just did not repeat the same trend. And Triple, whilst he was good on the Victor, I feel like the drafting once again just comes to backfire on them. And he's stuck in a middle lane position with a control mage against an assassin that at the end of the game, it's never going to go well.
Yeah, the Avant squad looked so promising last week, but coming into this really left a lot to be desired from Avant fans especially. But that's enough from us here at the cast, so we're going to send it back to the desk to break down the final game of the night.
Thanks so much, Rogie. Good cast of the night. And with that, it is going to be the Direwolves coming back and taking the 2-1 victory from Jaws of Defeat. And I know that there's one player that pretty much stood out for the entire series from start to finish, you know, even in game number 1, was Chippies. Able to just take over.
I thought you were going to go DDD.
No, I want
He really
Chippies.
stood out.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Chippies, I mean, it's like I said in the beginning, I just think the chasm of skill between those two players was too great, and he really demonstrated why that was the case.
And do you look on in a little bit of envy, Pencil? Are you like, we had him for a little while, and Aurelia wasn't in meta back then. Now we
We
don't.
played it anyway.
You played it anyway?
Whether it was meta or not, it just wasn't quite as good.
Yeah,
But,
and he's always been able to play that champion. I know across the other side of the rift, Frost, you're still looking on and you're wondering what could be if they could get their side lanes in order right now for Avant-Garde, because the one pillar of the team still looks to be Triple, the young player that they stuck with.
Yeah, and big props to Triple again. The fact that AV as an organization decided that they would wait for him. Of course, they had their sub earlier. I think it was last year. Waiting for Triple to come to AH, putting him on the field and proving his worth that he was worth the wait. Still an incredible mid laner. And we were talking about this a little bit in the green room. This idea that there's so many good mid laners in the OPL. And the fact that he gets to, I'm going to put him up in the top 3 right now. He's just performing out of his mind.
And across the other side of the rift, I think, we saw Fantix on one of his signature picks in that game. Fizz, has he brought you around yet, or are you still holding out on me?
Fantix is good. I'm never going to say that Fantix is bad, but he's not, I don't put him above Triple.
All right, so, if Triple's number 3, Fantix is number...
4?
Number 4. Wow. All right. Cool. That was a little bit higher than I thought you were going to go with that one. Not able to clean up.
Wait, there's Luch.
Yeah, exactly. Not able to clean up the side waves.
too.
Is you want to keep going with this?
I have no idea what the order is now. I'm confused.
Just think of how many good ones there are. There's Luch, there's Swiffer, there's Choose, there's Fantix, there's Triple, that guy that I was just hyping up, and then you still got Rye and Bomb. We know that those guys can show up. I'll throw out
Omni's in there
Omni.
somewhere, yeah.
Somewhere.
A lot of these players are struggling with form. I think only a few of them are showing consistency through almost every game. I think Triple is showing consistency through every game, and I would say the same as Swiffer, and I just put those two above everyone else right now.
Well, there you go. They've called it pretty early here, but getting back to the results, it was Direwolves taking the 2-1. As we take a look at the rest of the night's results, it was the Chiefs, the other mid laner that we were talking about, Swiffer, retaining the OPL Legend title and being able to take down Hellions 2-0. As I said, Direwolves do take a 2-1 victory over Avant. Tomorrow night, it will be Tainted Minds up against Legacy before Abyss Esports takes to the Rift against Sin Gaming. What are your thoughts going into this game? I mean, we've already spoken about it. Lucha's team, they are a very slow, methodical team in Abyss Esports. Actually, I think this is one of the matches that Sin should match up very well on paper against the team because they play a like-minded game style to you guys. Do you kind of agree with that sentiment there, Bensel?
Like-minded in what way?
In that you both very measured teams, think out where you want to go. I know that Juves is a very cerebral jungle, although a lot of people don't give him that credit maybe. Like on comms and stuff like that. Is that kind of how you see the teams?
All right. I mean, I would say that we're a lot more proactive. I don't really think there's a similarity in that way, but I guess you're kind of saying they pick their fights in a calculated way. I guess I can see that, but I think that it will be a very exciting series. And I think you can expect a lot of aggression out of us.
Yeah, I hope to see a lot of that aggression. One other thing I'm really excited for is to get to see kind of the 2 shot callers, although I know you don't say Juves is your shot caller. He's like kind of the heart and soul kind of guy that tracks it versus T-Gun, who is also, in my opinion, at least for this split, very underrated going head-to-head across Summoner's Rift. However, guys, that is all we have for tonight. Thanks. On behalf of myself, the Shoutcasters, and everyone else in the production crew, I'd like to thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow at 6 o'clock.